Well, good morning. I hope you all had a very good sleep and that you weren't out partying until too late. I had a fantastic sleep because my dog is finally healthy again, and I met my neighbor outside with a puking dog. There's some virus or something going on in the park with black rings under her eyes, and also her 2 kids are sick at home as well. So I understand if people in that kind of situation starts making sort of unrealistic demands of their sort of medical practitioners and vets, because they just want them to be healthy again so they can sleep. But welcome back to this event and day 2 and section 3. Today we're talking about monitoring and data collection. And we will have a very packed day ahead of us with very interesting speaker, and we will also be joined by the Federal Minister of Health, Karl Lauterbach, later on, which is why we have to be a little bit timely today so that the minister is not delayed. And to culminate the day, we will also have an interesting panel discussion with Thomas Heberer, Pereira, Mateus, Amy Pruden, and Guido, Werner. So I'm very much looking forward to this interesting discussion. And I would like to start the day also with a quote from my absolutely big hero. I'm a big Terry Pratchett fan. And he says something about science that I really like. Science is not about building a body of known facts. It's a method for asking awkward questions and subjecting them to a reality check, thus avoiding the human tendency to believe whatever makes us feel good. And with that, I would like to start presenting our first speaker of the day, and the first speaker in the section of monitoring and data collection. And that's Dr. Ulrike Steinacker from the BVL. She's a veterinarian with an impressive background. She completed her veterinary studies at FU Berlin, during which she conducted her thesis at the Institute of Virology. Dr. Steinacker went on to work at the Paul Ehrlich Institute, which is specialized in veterinary medicine and the authorization of veterinary vaccines. Since 2002, she's been associated with the BVL, initially working in the Department of Veterinary Drugs. And currently, Dr. Steinacker is part of Department 5, focusing on method standardization, reference laboratories, resistance to antibiotics, and especially in Unit 505, which specializes in antimicrobial resistance monitoring. The title of Dr. Steinacker's talk is GermVet, the German National Antimicrobial Resistance Monitoring on Veterinary Pathogens. Please, Dr. Steinacker.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Today I would like to show you what the National Resistance Monitoring on Veterinary Pathogens of the BVL is. And first of all, I will give you a short introduction, then I will present you the conception of the National Resistance Monitoring, then how we do the susceptibility testing, and finally I will show you a few results. In the BVL there are many sections working on the remits prevention, coordinating, authorizing, and communication. Our resistance monitoring is part of the laboratories in the BVL. We conduct monitoring studies on the resistance situation of bacteria, and we give recommendations for the authorization process of antibiotics for animals. Also recommendations for practicing veterinarians so that they could choose suitable antibiotics for the treatment of diseased animals. And last but not least, we conduct proficiency tests for public laboratories, private laboratories, and universities. The resistance data can be used to find treatment options, therapy recommendations, and you can observe trends of resistance and its development. Also, epidemiological relationships can be detected, and also here, last but not least, It is important for the risk assessment of bacteria from animal origin to humans and to the environment in terms of one health aspect. In the next few slides, I will show you the conception of the antimicrobial resistance monitoring on veterinary pathogens. It exists since 2001, and we collect isolates from diseased animals with and without antimicrobial pretreatment. That are annual studies, and with about 3,000 to 4,000 samples per year. It is a random sample out of the population germs from diseased animals. And these diseased animals are, on the one hand, livestock animals, that means cattle, pigs, poultry, goats, sheep, and fishes, and on the other hand, the companion animals, dogs, cats, and horses. And actually about 30 laboratories take part in the study. These are public laboratories, private laboratories, universities, and throughout Germany. And it's important to know these laboratories do this voluntarily. Our study design says that we have a selection of bacterial isolates every year, and the sampling plan is annually adjusted. We exclude copy strains. That means that a maximum of 2 bacterial strains of one bacterial species can be included from an animal herd for each animal species and disease. And these bacterial strains must not originate from the same animal and must be isolated independently for each over the time. And there's a separate analysis of strains from animals with antimicrobial pretreatment. We also collect metadata like the age of the animal or the geographic origin on the basis of postcode information. In this slide, you can see an example for a sampling plan. It is for 2023 for pigs, and the disease is specified, the organ, and the bacterial species which should be collected. And in this case, no. Sorry. in this case, it is respiratory diseases, the horses, pigs, and we collect Glasarella parasuis and Pastorella multocida. And the bacterial species we analyze are adapted every year. It is not necessary to analyze one bacterial species every year to detect the development of resistance. Therefore, it is sufficient to analyze one bacterial species every several years. Now I will show you how we do the susceptibility testing. We use the Bouillon microdilution test, which is the gold standard to determine susceptibility. In each row, of this microtiter plate, there is one antimicrobial agent in ascending concentration, and the wells are filled with a certain amount and concentration of the test organism. And then after overnight incubation, the bacterial growth in a single wells is assessed. And the results are reported as minimal inhibitory concentration called MIC. And the MIC is the lowest concentration of an antibiotic where no bacterial growth occurred. And I will show you this on the next slide. This is an example of an incubated microtiter plate. And in each row, there is another antimicrobial agent, for example, ciprofloxacin, gentamicin, enrofloxacin, sulfonamide, marbofloxacin, tetracycline, tilmacicin, and tulatromycin. And the red circles show the MIC, and for example, for enrofloxacin, it's this well where no bacterial growth is observed, and this is a concentration of 0.25 milligram per liter. And in these rows, all wells show bacterial growth, and therefore the MIC is greater, or is reported greater than the last concentration in this row. And for example, for gentamicin, it's greater than 256 milligram per liter. All over, we have 24 different antimicrobial agents for each sample, and here you can see which agents we choose. Some aminoglycosides, cephalosporins, fluoroquinolones, lincosamides, macrolides, penicillins, phenicols, polypeptides, sulfonamides, and tetracyclines. You see it's a broad range of antimicrobial agents we investigate. The results are assessed with the help of the specification from the clinical and laboratory standard institutes. And there are clinical breakpoints available which are specific for certain combinations of animal species, bacterial species, antimicrobial agents, and the disease. And if there is no breakpoint available for certain combination, we use the MIC90 values. The MIC90 is the concentration of the antimicrobial agent at which 90% of a bacterial population is killed or inhibited in its growth. It looks like this in this specification. The results are classified in susceptible, intermediate, and resistant. And for example, I hope you can see it, it's for cattle with mastitis caused by streptococci and the antimicrobial agent ceftiofur. Therefore, you can see here lower or equal 2 milligram per liter is classified as sensible, 4 milligram per liter is classified as intermediate, and greater or equal 8 milligram per liter is classified as resistant. So now the question is, where do you find our data? It's nice that we have the data, but the data have to be published, and we have an annual report to the Federal Ministry of Food and Agriculture. We also organize annual expert discussions for the participating laboratories. And there's a PDF version available on the BWL homepage, currently only in German, but we hope we can get it also in English in the future. And in addition, we are working on an application which allows to retrieve our data online. I hope it will soon be online. Now I come to a few results I want to show you. These are, for example, results, and these are the resistant rates from Staphylococcus aureus from cattle with mastitis from the years 2030 till 2021. And what you can see is there are No. Muss ich jetzt? sorry. Okay. Ah, okay. You can see there are low resistance rates. Only penicillin shows resistance rates above 20%. And all resistance rate decrease since the year 2017. These are results which show very high resistance rates. These are the resistance rates of E. coli from calves with enteric disease from 2015 to 2021. And there you can see there are high resistance rate, 70 to 80%. The highest resistance rates against ampicillin and tetracycline. And but also here, the resistance rate decrease, the most resistance rate decrease since 2018 or 19. And here you can see the prevalence of ESBL building E. coli from calves with enteric disease, also from 2015 to 2021. And also here you can see that the prevalence decreased since 2017. This was a short overview over our antibiotic resistance monitoring, and thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, please feel free.
Thank you so much. This interesting insight. So it's, yeah, now the microphone is on. Perfect. I think we have time for a question now. Anybody? Come on, don't be shy. If there's no questions now, oh, there, the lady there in the middle, microphone there, please.
So the monitoring you're doing is completely based on phenotype.
Yeah.
Are you also looking at the mechanisms based on molecular tools?
Yes, we do some molecular investigations, but the main topic is the phenotype.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one more question, a quick one. Gentleman over there, return.
It's a really quick one, only technical. Are you assessing oxacillin MICs or do you use cefoxitin like we are using in human medicine?
We have oxacillin.
Right, okay. That's interesting.
Thank you. Okay, one last one. Otherwise, I think that Dr. Steinacker will be available during the break as well for any questions that you might have to her then. And another thing, the presentations will be downloadable from the website. So you can find all the presentations there so that you can reread and also find that specific graph that you wanted to take an extra look at during the presentations but maybe missed a bit. So a big thank you to Dr. Steinacker. Thank you. So our next speaker is also from the BVL, Dr. Katharina Hofmann. She is a scientific officer at the Federal Office for Consumer Protection and Food Safety and holds a doctoral degree in veterinary medicine. She has played an instrumental role in implementing antimicrobial veterinary data collection systems and is spearheading the national project for gathering antimicrobial use data in farm animals. And notably, Dr. Hofmann serves as subject matter expert in the EMA ASU project and leads an HMA subgroup contributing to the implementation of sales and use data collection on a European scale. The title of Dr. Hofmann's talk is Combating Antimicrobial Resistance in Germany, Implementation of European Strategies on a National Level. Bitte schön.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. And yes, I also have to say we are very happy to host this event yesterday and today. Yesterday we already heard some talks about the global and European strategies. And yeah, my presentation focuses today on the implementation of European strategies on a national level in Germany. Yeah, I think we have seen various times graphs like this yesterday, so I don't want to lose time and talk too much about this. But yeah, let me stress again that the professions of veterinarians and also animal owners and farmers are highly exposed to livestock and companion animals, as well as society, and form a link between those. Yeah, this graph also shows the pressure that the three sectors put on the resistome, and my presentation focuses today on the veterinary side, on veterinary surveillance programs. We've already heard yesterday about the ESVAG project, the European project, which collects sales data, and Germany also contributes on a national sales data collection level to this surveillance program. We also heard that the last ESVAG report will be or was released this year and will be soon replaced by the SUAVET project, which is also a European project, but from now on will also include use data next to the sales data. A quick backup on the legal requirements we are talking about. The Veterinary Regulation 2019-6 has the main goals to ensure prudent and responsible use of antimicrobials in animals, as well as improve data on the dispensing and on the use of antimicrobials in animals. And as we are focusing with the data collection on the second part, the most important article for our work is Article 57, which states that member states shall collect relevant and comparable data on the volume of sales and the use of antimicrobial medicinal products used in animals. And after collecting this data, member states shall report it to the agency, which in this case is the European Medicines Agency. And the reporting has to be done per animal species and per types of antimicrobial medicinal product. The regulation also has two following acts. I don't want to go into too much detail. One delegated act that includes a data quality plan to ensure data quality, and it also includes a list of the veterinary medicinal products and medicinal products that have to be reported via the ATC vet codes. And also an implementing act was following in the beginning of last year on the data formats, and it states, as I said, that the reporting has to be done per animal species. And what we also heard yesterday in Zoltan's presentation was that a stepwise implementation is possible. So you can implement the animal species stepwise if you like. So this gives a bit, takes a bit of the pressure away and gives more time. And then also important, the reporting has to be done on package level, and identifiers from the Union product database have to be used to make the data comparable, and to be able to identify veterinary medicinal products, of course, on a European level. Let me briefly give you a head up on the ESVAG project, which is a long-established European surveillance program. It is and has been always a voluntary project, let me stress that, and so it's very nice that 31 European countries have been contributing to the to collect data last year, and the last report was only published yesterday, the 13th report, and it will also be the last one, as I said, and it includes sales data. And one thing I also would like to explain is that, of course, European member states are very different in size and structure, and to make the data as comparable as possible, a population correction unit was introduced, in which the data is normalized to the biomass of the respective country. Of course, as we also heard yesterday, sales data has its limit, but I will get to this later and will show you the national sales surveillance we have been doing. We have been collecting sales data on a national level since 2011 and have since then been contributing to the SWAC report as well. You see this graph with the data collection of all antimicrobial classes. That is more than 10 years of data collection, and you can see a very nice reduction here by minus 68% over the years. And probably it can be assumed that this is also due to some legal changes that were made in Germany concerning the prudent use of antibiotics. And I would like to point your attention to the very big drop in the year 2014 to 2015. And this might, an explanation might be, or it can be assumed that this was due to the introduction of a benchmarking system in Germany, which collected use data, or which still collects use data in 2014. Yes, and as I said, this collects data from farm animals, use of antibiotics, and since 2014, a treatment frequency index is calculated in Germany. But what is really important is that it only contains data of certain farm animals at farm level. It covers only farms that exceed defined thresholds on animal numbers. So it is a system for controlling and minimization of antibiotic use, but at farm level. We have a national database for this, the HITIR. I will also explain this a little bit more in detail later. And over the years since 2014, you could observe in some animal species a reduction over the years in the use data, for example in pigs. But it is still important to know that this is not a system that gives a whole picture on the use data in Germany, but it is more of a monitoring program in which farms can be compared to each other on a national level. Only the bigger farms are included, and it's also used to identify the highest users of antibiotics within the German farms. So now with the new legal requirements, with the new regulation, the European surveillance had to be implemented, and this is why the German benchmarking system was combined with the new requirements. And the European data collection of antimicrobial use has started this year in 2023, and it is now mandatory for all member states. And as I said, in Germany, we decided to combine benchmarking and use data collection for the EMA, and now use data from all farm animals of the species cattle, pigs, and poultry is collected. The data, as you can see in the graph on the right, veterinarians are the data suppliers. They treat the animals and then give the data to the database HITIR. And my office, the BVL, then retrieves this use data, which serves two purposes. One is the publication of the National Treatment Frequency Index still, and the second, that is the new purpose, is the reporting to the European Medicines Agency. And this has to be done annually, beginning next year. My office is also in charge of the data management, the quality concept, and the reporting. So this now, the combination makes it a system for controlling and minimization of antibiotic use, not only at national German farm level, but also on a European level. And more animal species will follow because I mentioned this stepwise approach. By 2029, we will also report data on companion animals, but also other food-producing animal species. This is the user interface of our national database. I wanted to show this to you so you could have an imagination how the reporting is done, and veterinary practices register with the code as well as farms, and then the veterinarian does the reporting per farm and has to give data like the animal species and category, the number of treated animals. He can select the veterinary medicinal product via drop-down, which should facilitate the reporting. And for the UPD package identifier, we also found a solution to link a national identifier to make it easier for the veterinarians to report. And also the total amount administered and the date of the treatment has to be given. Yeah, we only started the data collection this year. This year is almost at the end, but not quite yet. And the progress we made so far is that we have first real data that is being analyzed. We have made and are still making adjustments when we have user feedback, which is very valuable for us. The data quality is explored and improved. Let me quickly show you the challenges we were facing and are still facing. The first one is the compliance of the data suppliers. The veterinarians for the first time have this task of reporting a lot of data, all antibiotics that are used in the farm animals. And it was very hard to reach out to them. We did awareness campaigns. And it's also a problem that some veterinary practices still struggle with digitalization. Then a lack of national legislation responding to Article 57 was a problem. We have a new veterinary medicinal product law in place now, but it was, it had to be very fast because, the following acts were released pretty late, and the national law had to be changed due to that. Then, of course, it's a big new workload for everyone involved, for the veterinarians who do the reporting, but also for the NCAs who do the data analysis, and also the other authorities who do the controls of the compliance. It's a lot more work for everyone involved. And then, as I said, improving the usability of new systems to react to user feedback with making adjustments. And the EMA offers templates that can be downloaded and filled and then have to be uploaded again. And they have to pass a validation, so data quality has to be on point. We are trying currently to do the process of the reporting as automated as possible. And then, of course, we have a lot of different systems involved. We have the Union product database with all the identifiers I mentioned. We have national systems like our national database, but also our database for the medicinal products. The veterinarians have different practice management softwares, and to build the interfaces between all of that is also something we are still doing right now, and which is still ongoing. Yesterday, Professor Heberer already talked about the EMA-HMA joint network strategy. This is why I would quickly like to mention this as well, because one focus area of the multi-annual working plan is the antimicrobial resistance and other emerging health threats. And we are working on the goal to provide high-quality information on antimicrobial consumption and surveillance data on AMR. My office formed a group which is working intensely on the implementation of veterinary use data collection. We have the lead of this work package, and 4 other countries are involved. Austria, France, Portugal, and Spain, and some of my colleagues are also here in the audience today, and are speaking after my talk as well. And what we do is basically, exchange valuable information between member states, and also form like a link between HMA and EMA, and we report on the implementation of our data collection systems, and experience are shared and common challenges are tackled. And I would also quickly like to mention, then I'm finished, these 3 initiatives, the DART, the GermVet, and the antibiotic minimization concept in Germany, which also contribute to raise awareness on AMR, which collect and compare data, and also set up concepts to minimize the risk of AMR. And with this, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for this presentation, and exactly on time.
Perfect.
Perfect. So, do we have any questions? We have time for a couple of questions now. Okay, the lady in the front here.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Are there any exceptions? Have all farm animals to be included in this surveillance, or is it that only the bigger farms are included, as it was before? I think concerning pigs, there has to be only farms with a size larger than 300 animals. How is it?
So, you have to see the 2 sides. For the European data collection, we have to collect data on all farm animals of those 4 species I mentioned: cattle, pigs, poultry. The poultry is then chicken and turkey. But for the German monitoring system, there still is this threshold of the numbers. But in the end, all the data has to be given into the database, then it is selected for the purpose, and for the purpose of the European reporting, we have to collect data on all farm animals.
Thank you. Gentleman over there? Okay. This gentleman first, and then you.
Just to comment to that one, because when we introduced the system in 2014 that Katharina mentioned, we actually decided not to include those farms that house about 5% of the total animal population. So basically, by only addressing the bigger farms, or actually excluding the very small farms, the system got very much easier to handle, because you exclude quite a big number of farms, but you lose quite little information, and that's why we took this decision. I still believe it's a good decision for handling the thing, because now you run after every cow, basically, and that is much more difficult than just looking for the herds of cows.
Thank you. In the middle there.
I have a question to the GermVet report. So we all still wait for the 2018 GermVet report. So we all know that this is an activity of 3 agencies or institutes, but it was mainly driven by 3 persons. And all of these 3 persons are now retired. So I'm questioning, so is your institution interested to follow up on that GermVet report, since I am trying to convince also our institute to be more active, since Robert Koch Institute was not one of the 3 agencies responsible for that report, but I would like that they will do.
Yes, for sure, we are interested in follow-up on this report. Of course, we were very busy with the implementation of the European legislation by now, but I'm sure we will do a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the back.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk. I have a question regarding transparency and data availability. For instance, for science, is it planned to make this information available to the public, to science, and what level of detail will be included? Is there spatial information, etc.?
Yes, that's also a very good question. Of course, a follow-up of the ESVAG report, which includes the use data on a European level. I'm sure also country individual reports will be included in this, but we also, of course, plan to do the national reporting on, as we did for the sales, for the use data and publish it. Of course, we have to see how good the data of the first years will be. But after that, we would really like to do, publishing every year of the data. And we will have to see in which detail the data can be used. The BFR also publishes the use data of the benchmarking system. So I think there will be data available for the public as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, gentleman over there.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. You mentioned working together with 4 other countries. Could you just say a bit more about this? When did you start and what do you do? Personally, I think it's a really good initiative, and maybe other European countries should do these small working groups, clubs. So I'm just interested in what you discuss over there. Thanks.
Yes, that's also a very good question. I think we came together in the beginning of 2021 when it was clear, that we all had to start working on implementing the use data collection, and we are meeting monthly or every 2 months every year since then. And as I said, it's basically an exchange of information and how we tackle certain problems. For example, the identifiers, I think all of us have national identifiers in place, but if you have a problem that you are cannot or are not sure how to be solved, you can always get advice there, and this was very valuable exchange. And I am also in some EMA working groups, as you know, and I always also try to do reporting from the EMA groups to this HMA subgroups, so that there is a flow of information ongoing.
Okay, thank you. So how do the vets see this? Do they see it as just another chore, or is there an understanding of what you're trying? I mean, scientific understanding, of course, they have, but
I think this might have been the biggest problem.
Yeah, I suspected so.
to get them on our side, because of course they think, or the bad authorities always give us new tasks. We are not getting behind the workload anyways, and what we can only do is try to convince them of the bigger purpose behind it. But as a very veterinarian myself, I know that it's a very big workload that you have to deal with every day, and the reporting on top. But I hope everyone can be convinced to be on track, and especially we have never had data on the companion animals, and this will also be very interesting new data that we don't have an imagination about now, and I hope we can get the veterinarians on our side and do this all together.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. And here's a yoga session. Thank you. So, our next speaker is here from Austria, Mr. Reinhard Fuchs from the Austrian Agency for Health and Food Safety. He's a senior expert at the AGES, specializing in data, statistics, and risk assessment within the Department of Statistics and Analytical Epidemiology. Mr. Fuchs's expertise lies in conducting analysis related to the sale and use of veterinary antimicrobial agents in Austria, as well as veterinary epidemiology, network analysis of animal movement data, statistical analysis, and visualization. The title of Mr. Fuchs' talk is Antimicrobial Use Data in Veterinary Medicine, Data Collection, Validation, and Benchmarking Experiences in Austria. Bitte schön.
Thank you so much for the invitation and the warm introduction. I would like to talk about the Austrian system. I was asked to give some insights in how we collect data on antimicrobial use and what we do with that data, how we do the reporting, how we ensure the data quality. As we already have heard, there is a European a European One Health action plan in place, and also there is this farm to fork strategy with clear goals that we have to reduce antimicrobial use or sales by 50% until 2030. In Austria, we'll have this national, that was a bit too fast, this national action plan on antimicrobial resistance in place. And what we do, we have also a One Health approach, including the human part, the environment, and also the animals. And the animal part is divided in 6 chapters with clear measures in it, and clear goals and actions and responsibilities, and these targets are controlled very frequently. And to ensure that every measure that we take is right and good, we need to collect data. So the data collection is also within this national action plan, and we do also set goals for the reporting, that we get the target groups, and that we have all the responsibilities correct in that sense. So this national action plan is an important framework in the data collection and in the reporting and in the measures in Austria. So how do we collect data? We have the national legislation in place that clearly states who is responsible for doing what, when, and how. This legislation is in place since 2014, so we collect sales data and use data till 2014. From the marketing authorization holders and wholesalers, we get the sales data. They also provide information about which veterinarian does get how many antimicrobials, and we get dispense data from the veterinarians, and they tell us which farm is getting which product. We have a national database that it's our one database that stores all the necessary data, also the authorized medicinal products, all the data definitions, and also the reported sales and use data is within this database. So there's one place within our agency that has all the necessary information about the use data and the sales data, and also about the medicine products. This database is in connection with the UPD. So the UPD talks with our database, so we know all the information from UPD within our database, that we are able to report the necessary information to the EU later on. So far, we have only collected dispense data, and the next steps we are updating our system that we also get the use data that is used at the farm from a veterinarian. So this is a missing data that we have not collected yet, but we will do that for starting this year, so that we have a complete picture of the use data in farmed animals and agriculture. So it's not only about data collection. Very, very important is the data quality. So we made this very precise definitions how we want to have the data, but we have not taken into consideration that there are many reporters out there. So we have 1,700 veterinarians with a pharmacy, and they have to report, and 1,700 reporters might have a different picture of reporting data. So what we have in place is, let's say, a stepwise approach to ensure the data quality. Step one is that the database gives the reporter, its marketing authorization holders, wholesalers, and the veterinarians immediate feedback about the data quality, that are catalog values that are matched, and if there are any mistakes or errors in it, they will have to do it again. So the data is not taken by the database. Second, so the first approach is until the end of March. Then until the end of April, we provide specific data validation reports to the veterinarians. And if they see any problem in their data, they have to redo the data reporting. So that's step 2. And finally, now we are in end of May, we provide validation reports to the competent authorities. So this is the last option, I would say. And they go to the veterinarians and ask them to correct the data, to start even reporting probably, so if they forgot to report, and then we get the final data by the end of May. So I wanted to highlight this, that data collection is not enough. It's also to ensure the data quality, and that's what's also done within EMA, that the data quality is important. So now we have good data in Austria by the end of May, let's say. And what is the next step? We have now a complete picture from sales to the veterinarians and dispense or use in farms. We use this information for public reports and also for reports to stakeholders to inform, to set and monitor goals. So we are also having this international participation within the EU, SVAC, GermVet, also WOAH, ANIMUS data collection systems. We are sharing our data there. And we have national reports. One is for resistance, the resistance report for Austria. It's a complete picture of resistance situation, but also we have antimicrobial use data, is included in that, so it's a very big report. I think it's 500 pages, so feel free, it's free for download on our webpage to read this. And we have a national report, which is specifically for the sales and use data in veterinary medicine. It's short with very specific analysis in there. Most importantly, I think what we did the last years is we started benchmarking of veterinarians and of farms, and this was very important in our case. We wanted to give the data back to the ones that are providing them, let's say it that way. It's not mandatory, so to participate in this benchmarking or to even download the reports, but it's an important tool to raise awareness and to promote antimicrobial stewardship. So when we started with this, the interest in that was very, very high. We do it for veterinarians and on farm level for the main food producing animal categories. So to complete this picture, we have the database, analysis has been done, public reports, and what's new this year, I would like to mention that just quickly, we have also an interactive tool that every farmer and every veterinarian can log in and see their individual reports in PDF, and they can even make their own analysis within it. It's an interactive tool for antimicrobial use, but also for other veterinary fields. It's called the Animal Health Data Service. It's online since September this year. So if I'm a big farmer and I want to have a look at my benchmarking report, for example, we have a very clear, I would say simple approach to provide this information at farm level. So a big farmer sees at one side, how did I develop over time? This is done not in milligrams per kilogram. It's done by defined daily dosages. So it's even, I think, more intuitive to interpret these numbers. For example, 3 means my farm animals have been treated on 3 days over 1 year. In this case, we see a reduction from 2018 till the following years of this big farm. What we include as well is the AMAC categories in the report, and we also include the infographic we heard about yesterday, so we share this information. Thank you for the infographic to EMA. And what what is the most interesting part is for the farms, how do I stand compared to other farms? In this case, there is this bar plot on the bottom where I see the higher up I am, the more frequent I use antimicrobials compared to other farms of the same production type. Also for the different AMEC categories. And it's quite important to have this one also in consideration. As we see in this example, this farm is quite good in total, but has a quite high usage in the restrict class. It's not about just providing this information, it's also important that the discussion between the farmer and the veterinarian is ongoing about this topic. So this report is shared between the farmer and the responsible veterinarian, and results are also covered by the Animal Health Service, so they discuss the overall results of this benchmarking. Let's have a quick look at the national report and the results there. So this is provided on our webpage. What we see is that sales data is also reduced from 2018 till 2022. So it's minus 28%. We were already at a quite low level with 50 milligrams per PCU, and it declined to about 36. So how did this happen? What we found in 2018 was, if we look at the main food-producing animals, that it was quite high, the usage in pigs. So this is use data for pigs, poultry, and cattle. And we saw 79 milligrams per PCU in 2018 in pigs. And this was also in the media, that pigs are the high users and not so much the other animal categories. And together with the Big Pharma Association and the Animal Health Service, we wanted to do something about it. And what came out was that we started this benchmarking I've talked before. And what we found then, so the benchmarking reports were out in 2020, and we found that in pigs there was a very high reduction over the past years. So this was quite a success in our case. Just to wrap up, data collection is very important. We put a lot of effort in the beginning to have less effort during operation, and I think this is important. So for all the member states that have not started yet, it has to be set up very strictly, that they don't give too much options. It should be very clear. And it's also important to have an open discussion about the reporting and to include every stakeholder in the beginning to raise the acceptance. We still do regularly workshops and trainings. It's done yearly, I would say. And the new veterinary regulation has quite a high effort to communicate these changes. So we are using the existing system and just include the new species, just include some new data, and this is quite some communication effort behind that. But it's important to do that, to have this good data quality in the end, and to have accepted results. Otherwise, if the results are not acceptable by different stakeholder groups, the data collection is more or less not that good. And finally, I would say, most importantly, give the data back. So we are doing this targeted benchmarking reports. It's a good tool to raise awareness on the topic and to promote antimicrobial stewardship. And I would say, yeah, the collection is not enough. It's important to communicate and discuss the results with the different stakeholder groups. We have in Austria a quite good cooperation between different organizations. So it's the ministry, it's the industry, the veterinarians, animal health services, the farmers, and us, the AGEs, that are in a good contact and good discussion about the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is really impressive work. Because first when you showed the first slides, I thought, okay, you can't be a very popular guy, like collecting so much data and requiring all this validation. But then I realized that the value you provide to the veterinarians and all the trainings, and that the farmers can go in and see their own benchmarking. So I think that's an important thing to when you collect data, also provide value. So that was very interesting. Thank you for that. So do we have any questions? In the back there. And then the gentleman over there.
Yeah, thank you very much for this introduction to the Austrian system. I find this really interesting, although my opinions may be a bit off topic, because with the first identification of use data in animals, you close actually a huge knowledge gap between what you find in the environment and the use in the animal, especially if you do this for each farm in Austria. And I don't know if you plan to make this data available to science and other stakeholders, because at the moment I just saw the usage of the data for the veterinarians and for the farmers. But what about the other stakeholders in the whole system?
So we have projects with the veterinary university where we do give anonymized data, and we are there in a close collaboration. And you have a follow-up?
Oh. Does it work? Okay. I'm talking about environmental science, not about medicine, actually.
Well, it's not been in our focus at the moment, but it can be. So why not, including the environment and provide information there, as long as it fulfills the requirements of data protection.
Okay, thank you. So there was the gentleman over there. The next one.
A practical question. Do you work with the providers of management softwares for the vets? Are they able to transfer the data directly from their software into your system?
Yes, when we started in 2014, we had them on board, so we had information meetings, and they were also involved. And we have we are in contact with them that if we have any changes, that they update their systems. So they are on board. There are not that many in Austria. We have what I haven't told you because that was not that much time. We have for really small veterinary pharmacies also another possibility to provide the data. So they can use one of our authorized organization, we call them bundler, so they can send their data there and they do the data preparation and provide the data for them to us. That makes even quite some amount of veterinarians doing that. So it's about, I don't know, 50% of the veterinarians are using these bundler organizations to provide the data, that they don't have to directly upload their data. The bigger veterinary pharmacies, they are using their own system, and we provide information about changes to them.
How important is it for them to have such a solution where it is directly transferred?
Well, it's important by law, so they have to do it. So yes,
I think for their workload, because they don't get extra money, extra funding for that, yeah, and so they will be happy, I think, if they have that possibility.
I mean, the bigger veterinary farmers, they have their electronic system in place. So for them, it's more or less one click at the end of the year or in the beginning of the following year, and they provide the information quite quickly. If there are any smaller data errors in it, they are also quite able to correct this. So it's important for them. So yes, it's very important that they don't have an additional workload when they're already collecting the data in their systems. So that's what our thinking is.
Yeah. Did you receive any feedback from the veterinarians why they were able to reduce the antibiotics? What was the new strategy that they followed? And is this perhaps important for the future to enhance such strategies?
Actually, we are in contact with the Animal Health Service, so where most veterinarians are part of, and it's a combination of many measures, I would say. So it's this benchmarking, this awareness is one part of it. It's better biosecurity. It's all that was listed in this national action plan. Actually, what we saw is that in the previous years, the awareness, the presence in the media raised, and so also the awareness in farmers and veterinarians raised for the topic.
Well, my personal impression is that there's much more information in that we in the moment know and that we see in the moment, and if we will be able to see that really important strategies and to follow up such strategies. For instance, use of vaccination, proper vaccinations programs, the diagnostic approach and so on, then we'll be able to follow up that plateau that we have already to a further reduction, but without looking for the causes and asking the vets, what are your strategies? I think this will be on a plateau.
Actually, that's a good point. We have a smaller project where we look at vaccinated farms compared to farms that do not vaccinate their animals, and we compare these two groups. If we see there a drop, more significantly higher drop compared to the group without vaccination. So we do that, yes, and this outcome is also shared.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have to move on. Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. And don't forget your... Thank you, Yoga. Okay, from Austria to Ireland. Our next speaker is Dr. William Fitzgerald from the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine in Ireland. And Dr. Fitzgerald is a qualified veterinarian with over 10 years of experience as farm animal veterinarian researching and diagnosing foot and mouth disease in sheep. In 2011, he joined the Irish Ministry for Agriculture, where he currently serves as a veterinary pathologist in the Veterinary Laboratory Service. Dr. Fitzgerald's expertise lie in the field of AMR, and he joined the VMAAT division as a senior veterinarian in 2021, specializing in veterinary medicinal products and AMR. He represents Ireland as the focal point for the WOAH Animus database and is an attendee of SUA Vet. The title of Dr. Fitzgerald's talk is Antimicrobial Use and the Challenges that it presents, an Irish perspective. Bitte.
Thanks very much. And again, I'd like to just thank you all for your invitation to have me speak here today. It's been a very engaging and very thought-provoking 2 days thus far. So I'm just here to present a little picture, snapshot of some of the challenges that we have faced in Ireland from the point of view of trying to comply with Article 57. I'm a little bit heartened by the presentations from Katharina and Reinhard that we're not the only ones facing some of these problems and that they're pretty universal across Europe and places. So I'm just going to touch on a number of things, just a quick touch on Article 57. I'm just going to paint a little picture on Irish agriculture and what farming in Ireland looks like. And I suppose then I'll move into our distribution pathways, and it may just give you an insight into the problems that we face as a result, I suppose historically and currently, and then just move through right down to our new prescription system, which has been essentially rolled out, and we're just working on the finer ends of it at this point. So Article 57, I thought I was being original by putting this in, but clearly Katharina got ahead of me. So I mean, we're all pretty aware of the requirements under 57, and I think it would be unfair to say that, or it wouldn't be unusual to say that we all face similar challenges, irrespective of where we are, trying to gather this data. So for Irish agriculture, we are a pastoral-based system, so I had to do the little tourist push there and show a nice photograph of a cow grazing beside the water. But so it's very, very heavy pasture base. But since 2015 and the removal of the dairy quotas, the dairy cow numbers in Ireland have expanded very largely. So historically in Ireland, the rule would have been that there was 1 million dairy cows and 1 million beef cows. So 1 million of each. And since 2015, there are now 1.7 million dairy cows and about 800,000 beef cows. So as you can imagine, the number of dairy cows has increased on the same number of farms, which has brought its own pressures from the point of view of trying to control disease, etc. Just as an overview as well, so beef cattle, the number has declined a little bit since 2015. As of last year, we have about 850,000 beef cows. Our sheep population pretty much holds steady. It's based in the same areas, so it tends to be quite mountainous. There is some lowland production, but it's by and large mountainous. Our pig population tends to rise and fall a little bit, so there would have been a drop in 2022, and our poultry population has essentially expanded continuously since 2010. So that's just giving you a very broad flavour of where we are. And this, I suppose, is just is a picture of how medicines are distributed in Ireland. So very similarly to other member states. So you have the authorization holder coming through the distributor or the agent, and then distributed into 3 separate pathways. So the pharmacy, the merchant or the cooperative, and the veterinarian, which all then funnel into the end user. So where or why is this relevant? In that 2019-6 has essentially ushered in a huge behavioural change from the point of view of Irish agriculture, in that up to 2019-6 and before it became law, there were 3 categories of animal medicines in Ireland. So some categories were available through the merchants or the cooperatives, some categories were available only through your veterinarians, and then some categories were veterinary surgeon only. So you had a large pool of medicines distributed in 3 separate ways. And essentially this became streamlined, which made life a little easier, and I say that biting my tongue, but it made life a little easier after 2019-6. So essentially it was prescription-only medicine and non-prescription-only medicine. And then for what would have been traditionally the veterinary surgeon medicines or veterinary surgeon-only medicines like anesthetics, so we've got a heavy reliance now on the SMPCs. They're still only veterinary surgeon-only, but their reliance on the data sheets. So as you can see, not unlike other countries, this in itself will lead a considerable change because you're streamlining how medicines are being distributed, and that in itself is going to bring a degree of political resistance. But I'm sure that's just unique to Ireland. So then we have a number of competent authorities. So my colleagues from HPRA and from the Northern Ireland Department of Agriculture, I know that there's some of them here as well today. So because of the two jurisdictions on the one island, we have the Department of Agriculture, the main competent authority. So they enforce the regulations. They inspect farms, veterinary practices, feed mills, and various other steps along the animal health pathway. The HPRA then licensed the medicines, or they would have also inspected manufacturers and distributors, and they monitor the VMPs and make sure there are produce safety reports. And a lot of this work is done also in Northern Ireland by DERA and Veterinary Medicine Directorate in the UK, and so we would have very good links with both organisations by virtue of the fact that we share the one island, so we need to have very open channels of communication between the two. So then, of course, just very, very briefly and touching on this, as a result of the Windsor framework, I suppose a lot of this is formalised. Just going back to Katharina, the very first presentation, and that was in Ulrike, in relation to disease surveillance. So in Ireland, we have a very similar surveillance system in that we have our national sampling plan, which are healthy animals at slaughter, and they are monitored, and we would generally tend to focus on the pigs and poultry because they're slightly more intensive. And then we have an all-island disease surveillance report, which is generated from diagnostic laboratories, north and south, who produce a report once a year to the same frame, to a standard framework, and that report is published and distributed to farming organisations, veterinary organisations, both ministries, and to the public. And so, as you can imagine, by virtue of having a shared island, we have a lot of common interests from the point of view of trying to control disease. AMR resistance patterns and disease patterns tend to be very closely aligned because we share the same island. An additional consideration, and again I'm sure it's similar in a variety of member states, is the issue of cross-border practices. So we would have veterinary practices who work both in Northern Ireland and in the Republic of Ireland, and they would, as a result, then they would largely handle medicines with 2 separate labels for the distribution of those. So that's where we're coming from, and I suppose the next couple of slides are going to take a little longer, but they will essentially give you an idea of what we're doing to try and gather information for 57. Yeah, so those of you may have heard of us discussing a system called the National Veterinary Prescription System. So this is a proprietary piece of software. So the Department of Agriculture in Ireland, we have written this ourselves, so we own this. And so essentially it's a web-based application, and it will act in 2 functions. It will allow us to provide a prescription system for veterinarians who at the moment are using paper-based systems and who perhaps don't use management software. And this will allow them to do this. They merely register, they get the registration details, and they're up and running. It will allow them to do a number of things. So it allows them to write prescriptions for medicated feed, medicinal products. It also allows them to generate reports, as you'll see up here. And they can also go down and search through prescriptions. So from each individual farmer that they have associated with their practice, they will be able to generate the prescriptions, be it at year end or if there was an audit, they can find them. Sorry. So as you can imagine, this piece of, this tool can be has the potential to be very effective. All this information then will be essentially, will be brought back through our database. How we're working is for those vets who currently have software systems of their own, we are working through APIs. And I was keen to note with Reinhard that he said that a lot of the veterinary practices in in Austria, there was a small number of practice management software companies, which we found to be exactly the opposite in Ireland. So we would have thought we are quite a small country, but we have 90 software providers. Now, some of them, some of them may just have 1 practice. Some of them have 40 practices. So obviously the route we have chosen is that we are working with each software provider, but we start with the biggest and working towards the largest or the smallest. And similarly, even though we've been getting the message out and communicating with stakeholders, putting this out into the public, we are still getting providers emerging going, what's this about a prescription system? So we're slowly getting through them, but that is one of the issues that we do face in Ireland. The beauty of the NVPS is that it will be a secure prescription service. So we will, as I said, we will own it, and we have the data we will be able to use the data for reports for SUAVET and for the EMA reports as well. To give you an idea of, sorry, just go back. No, it's not listening to my record. So for each farmer will get a unique identifier also. So when we go through the prescription system, I thought about the possibility of working through a prescription to show you how it would work, but I tried it recently at a different meeting and the entire system crashed, so I decided not. So each farmer will get a unique identifier. Each prescription that is created under that particular farm or herd number will have a separate number which will, so we've started basically with a 6-digit number, so we have the herd number, and for each prescription we just slightly, you add on an additional number, so if it's A, B, C, D, E, F, and then it's 1A, 1B, 1C. And each line on an individual prescription then has an additional number, so you just keep adding one number. Hopefully we won't run out of numbers. But, so as you can imagine, the system is designed that any line of any prescription will be potentially able to be examined or audited from the base plate. So I said here, when it comes into effect, it is mandatory. I suppose it's just getting to the point where we're trying to get all the API producers, or all the APIs corrected, and to get each operating system in line with the NVPS. Now, I suppose the last and the most important slide. So similarly to our German colleagues and our Austrian colleagues, we have faced a degree of what I would call very carefully feedback. And not all of it has been positive. So we do have similar issues in Ireland. So we have issues not just with, when I say users, it's not just necessarily with the veterinarians, because I suppose as a qualified veterinarian, perhaps maybe they get singled out for a degree of criticism that's not necessarily entirely, warranted. But so we do have a similar issue with users, and that's also with the farmers. The age profile of farmers in Ireland is getting much older. So trying to get them around to the concept of a phone text with a prescription number is a sea change. It's a huge adaptation for them to make. It's fine for farmers, for young farmers, for guys my age, who do everything on their phone. Absolutely everything. My first cousin, he milks 180 dairy cows, and so his father does all the work, and he just spends his time with gloves and a mobile phone. And that's how he farms. It's slowly working its way that way. So it's much easier for the younger farmers and the younger vets to embrace a system like this because they're currently doing it anyway. And so through careful use of an API, we can very easily gather that data. The Wi-Fi coverage has traditionally in places been an issue in Ireland in that some of the more, I see Dr. Mateus is enjoying this, but yes, this came up in conversation last night and it is still true. So the Wi-Fi coverage in Ireland tends to be patchy. So in the more remote areas, it can be very difficult to try and get adequate Wi-Fi coverage to upload a prescription, particularly if you've got a farmer who's waiting on a prescription to go to a pharmacy or go to another provider to get that medicine. However, we have designed an offline system to allow that, so the farmer will still get his text, he will still get his message, it just won't go onto the database. But yes, the Wi-Fi coverage, that conversation wasn't lost on me last night. From the point of view of usability, and similarly to our German counterparts, and I'm sure similarly in Austria, our colleagues, the veterinarians, they are busy people. Clicks, it's all about clicks. So if you have a piece of software that has 70 clicks to generate a prescription, or it takes 90 seconds, or 2 minutes, or 3 minutes, or 5 minutes to generate a prescription, it will slow down their day. And so they are less likely to use it. If we can generate a prescription in 30 seconds or 45 seconds, which they can do and more than likely will be doing as they take off their Wellingtons as they get back into the car, well then they are infinitely more likely to use it. As a result, the change in habits, as you can see, and as we've heard from other colleagues, for farmers and vets in Ireland, they are coming. They will come by degree. I would agree in that I would work on this on the same belief that the data that we will start to glean from systems like this and other systems in Europe will get better every year we use them because they will become more ingrained in the psyche of the people using them. For the first number of years, it's not going to be perfect. And I suppose one of the pieces that I added last night was from the point of view of one of the comments that was made here yesterday about consistency of supply for medicine. One of the benefits that we will also get from this is that we will be able to identify seasonality and prescribing habits of various vets, and the seasonality of when the demand for various medicines is there, so thereby allowing us perhaps to try and alleviate any shortages long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think this was excellent examples on the importance of listening to the end user properly and to their pain points, and then solving it pragmatically, both looking international but also looking locally what the points are that need to be solved. So thank you for that. Do we have any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation, excellent presentation. And I was, when I heard that the Irish colleagues wanted to use a smartphone-based system, I was, well, thinking about Germany and thought, well, Wi-Fi coverage in Germany should be quite difficult somewhere in Brandenburg. So we were, of course, very curious to see and to hear about your experiences, and thank you so much. So my question is, you said you can also use an offline version in advance. My question is, how do veterinarians have to prepare if they're using the offline version? So they have to download something in advance, or is it also already installed on their computers or small cell phones that they can use it offline and later on download it when they're getting Wi-Fi anywhere?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. Sorry, it was something I omitted during the presentation. So the veterinarians can download as an app. Now, it's not from the Apple Store. It's directly from the Department of Agriculture website. But they can download an app, a phone-based application. They have a desktop, which is what I showed you. So they can create the prescription. Their associated farms will be matched to their profile, so they can select the farm that's required and create a prescription. They may have no Wi-Fi, but essentially it's stored on their phone until such point as they do. So once they go back into Wi-Fi coverage, automatically it's uploaded to the VMPS, or the NVPS. But by having their prescription, it will create the number, which essentially puts that number in hold for that farm. So the farmer then he gets a text, an SMS message with his prescription line number or the full prescription number. He can go to his pharmacy, he can go to another vet, he can go to his distributor, hands the number, and they just tap it in and they can dispense it. And once the product has been dispensed, that line then forevermore is marked as dispensed, so he cannot use it anymore.
Smart, excellent. Any more questions?
Gentleman on the right.
Oh, gentleman over there. Thank you.
William, in the spirit of Eurovision, the votes of Northern Ireland, you get 10 points for your presentation. Driving change and the social science around that is really, really difficult, but definitely IT is a massive driver, and Ireland has a very innovative young population. Mind you, I don't know whether you would fit the category young, but I guess that's our mindset. I'm in the same yearbook, I guess. I'm kind of thinking around food chain information and the potential for provision of prescription information towards, that kind of towards the slaughterhouses. Is there any thinking around that yet? In DAFM, or I know that's maybe a step too far at the moment, because the meat industry is very nervous about AMR. They don't understand AMR, I think, from my own experience in Northern Ireland anyway, and I'm sure you deal with the same processors. But, the public perception and need for information around the accurate provision of food chain information in respect to antimicrobials, is there anything there in that space you're thinking about?
So in response, I would take the Father Ted line. That would be an ecumenical ladder.
Father Ted, brilliant.
So this is a step of getting everybody to use the system first. So there would be, I suppose, concerns with producers in Ireland that then information could then be used in a negative way for their for pricing for their material for the food they produce. I suppose the challenge for me and for my unit is to try and work on a construct where the two of those can potentially meet, that the information goes to the producer but without at the same time being sufficient that it can be used punitively, if you can understand where I'm going. I think in a developed system like this, I think that's something that may well happen in time, given a degree of political will on both sides.
Thank you. So, any more questions? Then I'm sure that you'll be available in the break as well, should anyone have any more questions. I thought there was very, very interesting and exciting work. It's always like this behavioral change combined with listening to the stakeholders, such key things. Okay, many thanks and great applause. And hang on, wait. Yeah. Complimentary yoga session. So, okay. So we're moving swiftly on from Ireland to Spain. And our next speaker is Dr. Consuelo Rubio Montejano from AEMPS. And Dr. Rubio is the head of the Veterinary Medicines Department at the Spanish Agency for Medicines and Medical Devices, AEMPS. And as head of the Veterinary Medicines Department, she is the coordinator of the National Action Plan for the reduction of the risks of antibiotic resistance in human and veterinary medicines. Dr. Rubio is a member of several professional bodies related to veterinary medicinal products and animal health. And prior to this, she was the deputy director of the Central Veterinary Laboratory at the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture. And the title of Dr. Rubio's talk is Experience with the Collection of Antimicrobial Use Data, Spanish Experiences, Best Practice Exchange. Thank you. And
thank you. Thank you for your warm presentation. Thank you to Thomas Heberer for inviting the Spanish agency to talk about our experience, the Spanish experience of reducing antimicrobial consumption. As yesterday my colleague said, the Spanish plan was started in 2014 with the objective of reducing the contribution of the use of antibiotics in human and veterinary medicine to the emergence of bacterial resistance and its consequences on health. This is the general objective, but we have a concrete objective, was behavior change. But why did Spain need a plan on antimicrobial resistance? Spain was, at that time, in 2014, was one of the European countries with a high antibiotic consumption in both human and animal health. And regarding veterinary antibiotic sales, Spain was the number one in Europe, followed up by Cyprus and Italy. Because of this, we started to design a plan. From the beginning, the Spanish plan was One Health Plan, a plan that involved 10 ministries: the Ministries of Health, Agriculture, Consumption, Economy, Education, Universities, Internal Affairs, Defense, Science, and Environment. Also, all our autonomous communities are involved. We have more than 17 entities, such as universities, professional associations, and we have more than 300 experts. And we designed this plan with 6 strategic lines that you can show yesterday. The 6 strategic lines are surveillance, prevention, control, education, communication, and research. We have developed until now 3 antimicrobial resistance plans. The first one being approved in 2014, and every year since then the annual report on the activities carried on has been published. While the central objective of the first plan was to involve as many agents as possible in the fight against antimicrobial resistance, the second plan that started in 2019 established quantitative objectives and more concrete and specific actions. Currently, we are in the third plan, 2022, and 2024. And in this plan, we achieve the real concept of One Health, because we have integrated all action of the One Health plan, including environmental actions. So, as a result of the 3 antimicrobial resistance plans between 2014 and 2022, we reached a reduction of antibiotic consumption of 69.5 in animal health and 17 in human health. 17%, sorry. Without doubt, one of the projects that has contributed to achieve the objective of reduction has been our special Spanish project, Reduce Programs. The Reduce Programs has been the key of the reduction of antibiotics in veterinary medicine and has achieved such important things as the reduction in consumption of critical antibiotics for human health, as the reduction in the consumption of colistin in animal health, which is now practically 0%. We started the program Reduce Colistin in the porcine sector, and then we expanded the Reduce program to other sectors, as you can see on the screen. But what exactly is the project Reduce program? Reduce programs are voluntary programs based on the reduction of the use of antimicrobial and also the implementation of management biosecurity and hygiene guidelines. At the same time, together with the sectors, we develop specific campaigns for communication and training. And now I'm going to talk about our first program. The first program was only for reduced colistin in the porcine sector, and I would like to say something about this plan. This reduction program was initiated in 2015 with the goal of reducing colistin consumption to 5 milligrams per PCU in 3 years, following the recommendations of the European Union. At that time, colistin in Spain was the consumption of colistin in Spain in this sector was 51.09 milligrams per PCU. On the other hand, we also had to control the consumption of other antibiotics such as nomicin and apramycin as alternatives and avoid their increase. This colistin reduction plan was signed by 106 companies that represented more than the 80% of the porcine sector. The voluntary agreement for the reduction in the use of colistin achieved a 97.18% reduction in colistin consumption between 2015 and 2018, which is equivalent to 1.44 PCU in 2018. Also, we have a big reduction in the use of neomycin, 55%, and the use of apramycin, 65% in the same period. Due to the success of the reduced colistin program, we expanded to other producing sectors. In the case of broilers, the objective was a global decrease of 55% until 2020. The total consumption of antibiotics. Before we told only colistin, and now the total consumption of antibiotics. But in 2018, a reduction in total antibiotic consumption of 71% had already been achieved. We work with 23 poultry companies that represented representing the 97% of the production in the agriculture sector. In the case of rabbit, I know that for some people rabbits are only pets, but for the Mediterranean area is all animal produced food. In the case of the rabbits, our proposal was a reduction of 30% of the total consumption of antibiotics in 2 years and the complete elimination of colistin. Also, in this species, we developed a specific guideline for the pre-weaning that only in the case of mucoid episodic enteropathy. And of course, we established the total elimination of the use of medicated feed in the last phase of the process. In the case of the small ruminants, the reduced program for sheep and goat meat production aims to reduce the consumption of antibiotics administered in the form of medicated feed by 60% before the end of the agreement period. The agreement period was 3 years. In the first years, we tried to reduce 10%, the second year, the 30%, and the 3rd year, the 60%. The data reported up to now show that the objective agreed in the program has been largely achieved, with a reduction of 93.6%. And 53 feedlots have joined in the program. Regarding the bovine sector, actions to take are different if we are talking about the feedlot sector or the dairy sector. In the feedlot sector, we propose a first objective and 2 secondary objectives. First objective was the elimination of the systematic use of medicated feed, and the secondary objectives were to limit the use of antibiotics in oral selection administered by water or milk, to define and justify clinical needs, and also to promote the use of rapid diagnostic tests and sensitivity tests. Regarding the dairy sector, we implemented management tools to prevent mastitis, reduce or prohibit, it depends on the cases, the use of critical antibiotics such as quinolones and cephalosporins of the 3rd and 4th generation. Up to today, data consumption of antibiotics in pets are not fully available. So we need a tool to provide information on consumption in this sector. As you know, the small animal sector can make a contribution to the consumption of antibiotics, not only because the amount of antibiotics it consumes, but also because the use of some antibiotics is considered critical for human health. For this reason, we invited pet clinics and hospitals to a voluntary participation in a pilot project whose objective is to analyze the real consumption of antibiotics, both from the veterinary registry and from the human registry, and the use in pets. How have we achieved this? It is clear that the goal is to reduce the consumption of antibiotics. In the case of Spain, because we have a very high consumption, this is the goal objective. But it's not the only, one. It is necessary to work in prevention diseases, improving the biosecurity, welfare and good practice, hygiene, better management, and so on. And to emphasize the responsible use of antibiotics, promoting the use of susceptibility testing and rapid diagnostic tests. To achieve this, also we develop together with the different sectors tools in order to facilitate the prudent use of antibiotics by the veterinarians. An example is this therapeutic guide, which is an application that you can download from our website, and is very useful to the prescription in the field. It's, as I said, it's an application to help with the veterinarian prescription based on the therapeutic indication, based also on the categorization of the antibiotics. And also, we have a map, a consume map in a power weight tool that you can see, and also you can download from our website. But we work a lot to achieve this. We work a lot on training. We had working groups with universities where we developed case studies. Also, we participate in brand trainings and BTFS under One Health perspective. And also, we have worked a lot on education in schools using methods that are easy and interesting for children to understand through games, card games, and puzzles. But one of the most important things is to work on communication. Communication is a fundamental pillar for success in this item. Here in this slide, you can see some examples of communication activities. There are several, we have several activities, but I would like to highlight 3 of them. The first one is that we carry out annual campaigns aimed at the general public on the prudent use of antibiotics through spot on TV, radio, and broadcast, and all this kind of channel that we have now. The second one is that we established a popular race run without resistance, carried out in collaboration with the biosanitary faculties. The last one took place 1 week ago, and we had around 2,500 participants. And the 3 activities that I want to highlight is the Pruden Awards on biannual basis. This action recognizes the most outstanding projects in the fight against antimicrobial resistance, with established a financial award. And to finalize, some measures to take home. First, It is important to work with everyone involved in a coordinated way. Second, not only must antibiotic consumption be reduced, but also prevention must be improved and thus reduce the need to use them. And third, training and communication are two fundamental pillars to achieve changes in behavior. And that's all from my side. Dankensen, sorry for my pronunciation, and well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, thank you so much for these insights into the Spanish experience and side of things and best practices. So, do we have any questions? We have a fair few questions here in the front. Microphone to the front. There we go. There's one microphone here. Good.
So, gracias, Consuelo, for this great presentation. Sorry for my pronunciation. Thank you so much for coming to Berlin, and thank you so much for this excellent presentation, and congratulations to the great success of that you achieved in just reducing the amounts of antimicrobials in Spain. It's very impressive, especially the goats. This was very, very impressive, 93%, as I remember. This is great. So I already have these take-home messages, and of course we are all working together, and fortunately you're also joining us very often in these groups. So what would be your overall take-home message to us? What can we learn from your experience? So what are you doing better right now than we do right now? And what is probably a chance for collaboration? So can we probably, as far as I understood, communication is of course a key. Can we probably try to communicate together and prepare some of the materials together? Can we share these materials? What are your suggestions? What should we do?
Well, we are working a lot, as I said, on communication, but not only in Spain. We work also in the European working groups, last January. We lead a special group in this work, and we make a change with this kind of campaigns with the January. But we are completely open to share our tools and to share our experience regarding communication. One of the best things of the Spanish plan is the communication team. Believe me, this is, I think, is the best. There are many people involved in this plan, scientists, and many people. But we are very strong on communication, and we achieve many things through this tool, the communication.
Yeah, communication is so key. I think it was George Bernard Shaw that said the biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it has taken place. So I like that one. So the gentleman over there.
Yeah, thank you for the very nice presentation. What struck me was your short-term program. So you did 3 years in goats or 3 years in pigs, and you massively reduced antimicrobial use in that. What happened after the 3 years? So were you able to keep the low level, or did it slowly go up again? Because we saw that in our poultry industry, for example, we had a tremendous effect in the first years after 2014 that it dropped down, and by 2021 they actually had reached the old level again. So that probably is not the aim that what we're going for, and that's why I'm interested in your short-term programs, whether they had a long-lasting effect.
Well, we reached this big reduction of consumption because we have a lot of consumption. That is clear. So now we reduce a lot, and we establish the basis of that because we need antibiotics. We have, but we improve a lot the biosecurity measure. And it is very easy in Spain because all the companies are together. There are, when we are talking about 23, it represented the whole agriculture sector. It is very easy to implement this kind of measure as biosecurity measures and hygiene and so on. But now is in the flat, in the flat way.
Thank you. Any more questions? Nobody right now. Oh, there, the lady in the back there.
Yes, thank you for your interesting presentation. I would like to come back to the question of the linking between the reduction in the use and prescription in the human and veterinary medicine to the effects in the environment, to the concentration found in soils and water. Are there in Spain any activities ongoing on monitor these effects?
Regarding environment?
In the environment, in soils and water.
Well, yes. We started to put in place a measure regarding the resistance and in the environment in 2022 that started the third plan, that we put the focus on the environment subject. So until now, we have one report regarding the relation between consumption and resistance in the environment. But I think it's in our website, but I'm not sure if you are interested. I sent to you. I talked with the person in charge of the environment side of the brand. Is another coordinator because I coordinate the veterinary medicine. Yesterday, as you saw, Antonio Lopez coordinated the human medicine, the human part, and also we have a coordinator of the environment, and probably he can give to you more information about that. That's sorry.
Okay, thank you. The gentleman in the middle there.
Thank you very much. So you have decreased antibiotics tremendously. Did you observe an increase of the use of disinfectants to increase hygiene?
Disinfectants. I don't have this data. I think that I don't know. I don't know. Believe me. Sorry, because I don't have the data of disinfectant. But it could be probably a problem for the environment too, more than for us.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay, if we don't have any more questions, I think it's time to go for a break. But thank you so much, and complimentary yoga session for you. And yeah, so it's really interesting that with pets versus food. So I had this experience when I was doing my undergrads at Cambridge in the UK. And I had brought smoked reindeer heart from north of Sweden, where I'm from. And one of the American students there started crying because I had made her eat Rudolph. So it's very funny that with different cultures, like what you see as food and what you see as cute and cuddly pets. Anyway, so we have now reached a break. And please talk to each other, form alliances, partnerships, exchange ideas. And I want to thank all the speakers for this engaging and fascinating section. I've definitely learned a lot. And I would like the speakers to come up here on stage for a photo. Just now, like after. And all of you others can go and have coffee and a good time in the cafe. And please be back and be seated at 11:30, the latest, because we have a tight time schedule and the Minister of Health is joining us as well. So thank you and see you after the break. So, perfect. People are returning from the coffee break. I hope you had great conversations and exchanged business cards or whatnot, or LinkedIn profiles, QR codes, depending on what kind of age you are, probably. Right, so just waiting a few more minutes so people get the possibility to sit down. Wonderful. Okay, so I'll assume that everybody... Okay, one more. Great, so welcome back after the break, and welcome to section 4, Strategies Against Antimicrobial Resistance Worldwide. We are very delighted to have 3 very fantastic speakers awaiting you, and also the German Minister of Health is joining us. So we will therefore move on swiftly to our next speaker in order to keep our timetable, and he is joining us online, and it's Dr. Jeffrey Silverstein from the US Department of Agriculture in the USA. Dr. Silverstein is a distinguished research geneticist and national program leader for aquaculture with the USDA Agricultural Research Service. Dr. Silverstein is currently recognized as the lead representative of the ARS aquaculture program, coordinating a team of 61 scientists across 13 locations in the United States. I coordinated a small team of professors here once. I know what a challenge that could be. His experience lies in the physiology and selective breeding of finfish, focusing on improved growth, feed efficiency, alternative feeds, and disease resistance. Dr. Silverstein has also held important positions such as Executive Secretary to the Joint Subcommittee on Aquaculture and co-chair of the JSA Task Force on Science and Technology. The title of Dr. Silverstein's talk is Agricultural Strategies Against Antimicrobial Resistance. Dr. Silverstein, the floor is yours.
Great, thanks. And let me just make sure, can you hear me okay? Coming through okay? Well, let me start by saying I really apologize for not being there with you in person this morning. Still, it's really an honor to have the opportunity to discuss the agricultural strategies for addressing AMR. I really appreciate the invitation from Dr. Strecker and the BVL. We have heard throughout the workshop about the importance of addressing AMR within a One Health framework. And I want to emphasize that this is consistent with our approach at Agricultural Research Service 2. ARS is the lead U.S. agricultural agency conducting non-regulatory research to characterize, target, and mitigate AMR associated with agriculture. Though some of you may be familiar with ARS, I want to just give a quick thumbnail sketch of our agency. ARS employs about 2,000 research scientists and postdocs at 90 locations across the country, with an additional 6,000 employees in technical support and administrative roles like mine. We have more than 40 projects involved with aspects of AMR research, and these are located in each of the 5 geographical areas shown on this slide: the Pacific West in red, Plains in green, the Midwest in brown, Southeast in light blue, and the Northeast in purple there. The ARS vision for AMR research is to be the global leader for innovative, equitable, sustainable scientific research solutions for AMR in agriculture. And it's our mission to promote the resilience of agriculture to AMR for the health and safety of animals, plants, the environment, and the U.S. public through multidisciplinary, cutting-edge research solutions and outreach. At ARS, our research is arranged across 4 major theme areas: animal production and protection, crop production and protection, natural resources and sustainable ag systems, and nutrition, food safety, and product quality. So I wanted to start by kind of looking at the question, do we really need strategies to address AMR? Some people might say, why not just stop using antibiotics in animal production? Well, antibiotics use for growth promotion in the United States stopped in 2017, and there's been over a 30% decrease in sales of antibiotics for animals over the past 6 years. Furthermore, not using antibiotics in animals assumes that stopping antimicrobial use in animals will reduce antimicrobial resistance in people. It also assumes that animal production and even animal suffering is not a legitimate and important use of antimicrobials. And I know from the presentations that we've heard over the last couple of days, this is not what people are recommending, but we have seen this kind of recommendation in the press before. So there are many complexities in understanding antimicrobial resistance across animal, human, and environmental systems. As has been discussed, the spread of AMR bacteria and antibiotic resistance genes across systems occurs through many pathways, related and unrelated to agriculture, including wastewater, soils, manure application, direct exchange between humans and animals, and through food exposure. Antimicrobial resistance is listed as one of my agency's top cross-cutting research priorities. Today, I want to consider some misconceptions about antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistance transmission, and then identify some key research strategies to reduce the need for and optimize the use of antimicrobials in agriculture, and then finally review several agricultural research approaches for reducing the need for antibiotics and optimizing use. So antibiotics used during food animal production account for the majority of US antimicrobial sales by mass. And this is along the lines brought up by Dr. Tenhagen related to the GIAPRA report yesterday. So we've wondered, what is the relationship between antibiotic use in agriculture and antimicrobial resistance in food? It's not simple. And in the following study that I want to describe, antimicrobial resistance in US retail ground beef with and without label claims regarding antibiotic use. This is a paper published by Schmidt and co-authors in 2001. So there were samples from animals reared without antibiotics, the RWA samples, and samples from animals raised in conventional systems. So these samples, about 300 each, were collected across 6 major cities from retail stores. Genomic DNA was isolated from each sample, and a quantitative PCR was used to determine the abundance of 10 antimicrobial resistance genes. This is one specific study, but it echoes findings in a number of studies looking at the relationship between antibiotic use in agriculture and AMR in food, as mentioned yesterday by Dr. Werner. So in this study, 3 instances of higher AMR were found in conventionally raised animals, or ground beef from conventionally raised animals. There was the TET-resistant E. coli, erythromycin-resistant Enterococcus, and beta-lactam resistance gene, the CTXM. And 4 instances of higher AMR were found in the raised without antibiotics ground beef, the MEC-A, and then TET-A, TET-B, and TET-M. So antimicrobial use alone during US cattle production does not increase human exposure to AMR bacteria via ground beef. It should be noted, as Dr. Werner mentioned from his studies yesterday, this is another study done in a high-income country with high hygiene standards. This example of reducing the use of antibiotics and the measured outcome on AMR could be considered counterintuitive. and it emphasizes the need for deeper understanding of AMR across these systems interacting with agriculture. So I want to stress that while we know that antimicrobial use is a driver of AMR, it's not a simple relationship, and reducing antimicrobial use alone will not stop AMR. This does not change the need to find alternatives and reduce the need for antibiotics in animal production. It just emphasizes that we need to understand the system's connectivity, and we need multiple approaches. So this diagram I borrowed from this 2019 paper by Graham et al. It displays complexities, and we've seen similar type of interactions over the last couple of days. We definitely need to use our tools to develop evidence-based interventions to reduce the burden of AMR in humans and across the One Health system. I want to reflect for a moment on this 2022 publication, taking stock of global commitments on antimicrobial resistance. It provides an assessment of the scope of AMR-related global commitments, and it concludes that there's a lack of high-level global commitments on prevention-focused approaches to AMR. It recommends addressing the WHO Global Action Plan goals, which the authors cite as being underemphasized in global commitments to date. Specifically, 3 goals were emphasized: AMR education and training, the WHO Global Action Plan Goal 1, sanitation, hygiene, and infection prevention measures, GAP Goal 3, and sustainable investment in antimicrobial resistance research, GAP Goal 5. So I want to discuss the ARS strategy and show where we're addressing specific GAP goals, and I'll especially focus on goals 1 and 3. So I'll review the USDA ARS research strategy that we've developed to address antimicrobial resistance and point out consistencies with the WHO action plan. ARS is just one of the USDA agencies, and we work closely with other federal departments across the government and within USDA on AMR. We work especially closely with the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, with the Food Safety Inspection Service, and with our Foreign Agriculturist Service. And just this week, the USDA AMR departmental strategy was posted at the USDA AMR website I've shown here. But today, I'll focus on the ARS strategy, and that is to look at risk detection, and the goals are to identify hazards, assess risks and AMR drivers, and use AMR data to develop effective interventions. Here, our goal is really to determine the threats and where to get the biggest impact for our research dollars. On systems biology and detection strategies, we're looking at rapid detection of antimicrobial resistance, data exchange, and using risk models to support for decision support. It's important to point out that this is different from surveillance. USDA ARS does not do surveillance. However, we do research to develop surveillance techniques and to inform surveillance. And I'll provide an example of detection research shortly. In mitigation, this is where we're looking to reduce pathogens and diseases, develop precision management to optimize health, biosecurity measures, and new alternatives to antibiotics, drugs, and other tools to control disease. Today, I won't discuss our extensive vaccine development programs looking at diseases such as African swine fever and foot and mouth disease, though they are a key tool. I'll be glad to answer questions. I'll provide several other examples of our mitigation efforts. And science outreach has been an increasing focus for us. And here I've listed the web address for the landing page on ARS research on antimicrobial resistance and alternatives to antibiotics. Our science outreach is a priority. and consistent with the WHO GAP Goal 1. We've developed and are further developing our communication platforms focused on information dissemination and sharing a consistent central message. We're getting our story out through a webinar series. In 2022, we had 5 sessions of an AMR ATA research webinar series covering risk, diagnostics and detection strategies, mitigation, and a final session on science communication around AMR. In addition, we're publishing research summaries every 2 years. I've listed the latest research summary. Our newest 2022 and 2023 document is in development now, but these documents are publicly available and listed, available at the address I posted here. So now I want to share a few research accomplishments that are very promising and highlight specific aspects of the WHO GAP Goal 3. So we've already talked a bit about colistin resistance, and this research is one example of research designed for rapid detection of antimicrobial resistance, specifically colistin. As you know, colistin is an antibiotic considered the last resort drug for treating infections caused by multi-drug resistant bacteria. And the recent discovery and rapid spread of mobile colistin resistance elements in bacteria is threatening our ability to treat severe infections. A gene for MCR1 for colistin resistance was found that increases the ease and rate at which the resistance can spread to different bacteria. So working in collaboration with our Food Safety Inspection Service, ARS was first to isolate a bacterium with the mobile colistin resistance from samples at processing plants. That's meat processing plants. And we developed antibodies and an ELISA, sensitive ELISA test against both the MCR1 and MCR2 genes. This test detects 0.01 nanograms per mil, or 0.4 colony-forming units per gram of meat, including ground chicken, ground pork and beef, and even samples from complex food matrices. So there's been this has generated a validated ELISA with a real-time PCR from the environment and commercial foods in a collaborative study with FSIS. And we've confirmed low prevalence, less than 0.02% of the MCR1 gene in screening of over 5,000 domestic food samples. Here, I want to talk about an example of mitigation. Dr. Hyun Lillehoy and a commercial partner have developed an oral solution as an antibiotic alternative that fights against poultry coccidiosis, a disease that costs the poultry industry over $3.5 billion annually worldwide. This parasitic disease develops in the animal's intestinal tract and can spread between animals via ingestion of infected feces or tissues. This oral solution greatly reduces the clinical impact of coccidiosis, lessens the spread of disease, and improves gut health in poultry. Another strategy for reducing the need of antibiotics is the use of selective breeding. We've had some success with aquaculture species. Here, a group of scientists has been selectively breeding rainbow trout for resistance to bacterial cold water disease, one of the most widespread and costly diseases of salmonids worldwide. This group has been selecting for disease resistance since 2007 in a line of rainbow trout. And by 2011, after 3 generations of selection, we're showing greater than 40% improvement in resistance. Since then, this group has employed genomic selection and marker-assisted selection that has improved the accuracy of selection and further increased the selection response. Here, I'm showing information from a recent study published in May of 2023. ARS scientists Aspen Workman and Mike Heaton in collaboration with scientists at the University of Nebraska, produced the first gene-edited calf with resistance to bovine viral diarrhea virus. This is a viral disease that costs the U.S. cattle sector billions of dollars annually. Scientists modified the virus binding site, the CD46 receptor, to block infection. While this virus does not affect humans, it's highly contagious among cattle and causes severe respiratory and intestinal diseases. And importantly, it carries a high risk for secondary bacterial infection requiring antibiotic treatment. BVDV can be a disastrous disease for pregnant cows because it infects developing calves, causing spontaneous abortions and low birth rates. If an infected calf survives, it can remain infected for life, shedding massive amounts of virus to other cattle. Despite more than 50 years of vaccine availability, control of bovine viral diarrhea virus has remained a problem because the vaccines are not very effective in stopping transmission. The genome-edited calf that is shown here is resistant to BVDV infection. Digital dermatitis is a painful hoof disease in cattle and other ruminants. It's caused by treponemes or spirochetes that often leads to lameness. Digital dermatitis can affect 70% of cattle operations and cost producers hundreds of dollars for every occurrence. These scientists, William Hart Cooper and Jennifer Wilson Welder, worked together to develop novel reversible biocides that kill these disease-causing bacteria while minimizing other toxic effects. Interestingly, the researchers found that these reversible biocides are effective at treating the infection, but when diluted in water, these biocides fall apart to smaller compounds which are non-toxic and biodegradable, so won't generate antimicrobial resistance under environmental conditions. Looking at pesticide and antimicrobial use in crop production, current crop spraying practices have very low efficiency and require complicated calibration processes to determine the amount of chemicals to be used. Our scientist, Heping Zhu, developed a laser-guided intelligent spray technology. Compared to conventional sprayers, these intelligent sprayers increase spray deposition uniformity, minimize off-target loss of chemical, and reduce pesticide use by up to 70%. This can lead to annual chemical savings of $56 to $980 per acre. And as Ed Talk described yesterday, producers are interested not only because it reduces the development of resistance, but it reduces costs to the farmers now. Since it was first identified in the state of Florida in 2005, citrus greening disease has reduced Florida's citrus production by a devastating 70%. Without any treatment or cure currently available, growers have desperately cut down infected trees and even abandoned their groves. Scientists have been racing to come up with a solution. The disease is caused by a non-culturable bacteria, Candidatus Liberibacter asiaticus, and many different treatments involving antibiotics have been tried. A team led by ARS scientists Michelle Heck and Bob Shatters have screened over 1,500 potential therapeutic molecules. They've developed a novel molecule delivery system through a callus growing on the tree trunk that allows delivery of therapeutic molecules to new trees, and critically can even be applied directly to trees already in the field. And you can see in the photographs here a tree that's been treated through the plant with an antimicrobial peptide, and the control plant next to it, and the yellowing leaves are symptoms of citrus greening disease. This team is beginning field trials in citrus orchards now. And I'll end with an intervention for the environmental sector. Mark Ibekwe and colleagues developed an economical filter system that can remove antibiotics from wastewater. They constructed the prototype system using 4 layers of natural material: gravel, sand, soil, and biochar, in a column 50 centimeters tall and 12 centimeters in diameter. Amoxicillin and cephalexin were removed largely by chemical degradation in the gravel layer, while sulfadiazine was largely removed by a combination of chemical and microbial digestion in soil mixed with biochar layer. These results show the importance of using multiple layers of different materials to target different antibiotics. Clearly, there's no one-size-fits-all solution for AMR. However, I hope this has demonstrated the value of integrated multidisciplinary research, the importance of innovation strategies, and our focus on reducing the need and mitigating the use of antimicrobials. In closing, the agricultural strategies to address AMR are taking a One Health approach. As long as we use antimicrobials, we will generate antimicrobial resistance. So we do want to reduce our reliance on antimicrobials and other mechanisms that generate resistance. We have bright scientists working at ARS and around the world, and I echo the spirit that Dr. Mateus invoked yesterday. We need solutions to make change. Finally, we must focus understanding of the systems and system interactions to be sure that our ideas and approaches are evidence-based, and we must do the hard follow-up and verification research to know if we achieve the intended result. With that, I just want to acknowledge my colleagues that helped me putting together slides for this presentation here on the right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Silverstein, for this interesting talk and for also connecting with us online. It must be an ungodly hour where you are, I assume.
It's not so bad now. It was worse at 3 this morning.
Well, thank you so much for taking your time for us.
My pleasure.
So we have time for one quick question before we have to move on to the next talk. So...
Thanks for this excellent talk. I have a short question. Are people working on alternatives like phage therapy in your institution?
Yes, we do have some work on phage therapy. We've looked at phage therapy from a number of different diseases and systems over time. I keep looking for something promising. We have a lot of early results, but the specificity of the phage and the bacteria, for the bacteria in question is really exquisitely sensitive, and we have not found a lot of use in the phage. I think we have one commercial product used in meat processing with phage that was developed at ARS, and certainly we have people working at that, but I'm not aware of anything very promising in the works right now.
Okay, thank you. I think I just saw the clock. Maybe we have time for one more short question. Don't be shy. Here in front.
It's working? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Silverstein, for this great presentation, and here for emphasizing again that we, of course, have a approach which is not single-sided, and of course, we have to communicate and also to exchange. I know that there's already a lot of exchange going on, and you presented the USDA program, and as you learned yesterday, probably that we also have something going on at the HMA-EMA side, our strategy. Have you any idea how we can probably try to combine these approaches and probably to enhance the cooperation, to learn from each other even better? So I guess this is something that we should do, and of course we can learn quite a lot from your US experiences, and maybe you can also learn a little from our European experiences. So what is your proposal? How can we enhance and probably support this exchange?
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. I wholeheartedly support your the direction of your question. By invitation today, I think grew out of my participation last year in the G7 One Health meeting there in Berlin, and really appreciate Dr. Strecker's invitation. I had a chance to talk with Katharina last year and yesterday as well. So I do think that through these international fora, it's critical that we exchange this kind of information, and I really appreciate this conference getting the veterinary and human perspectives. I'm very much engaged myself. I work closely with many agencies across the United States with our Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and we're very much committed to international efforts.
Thank you. Okay, we need to move on to the next speaker, and thank you so much for joining us. And had you been here, you would have received a thank you yoga session. So our next speaker is also from the USA. Is Professor Dr. Amy Pruden from Virginia Tech. Professor Pruden is a pioneering researcher focusing on antimicrobial resistance as an environmental contaminant. Her expertise lies in utilizing a microbial ecological perspective to enhance the control of pathogens and antibiotic resistance in water-related systems. With a remarkable track record, Professor Pruden has been recognized with prestigious awards, including the Presidential Early Career Award in Science and Engineering and the Paul L. Bush Award for Innovation in Water Research. She has also served on notable committees such as the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine. And the title of Professor Pruden's talk is Promise and Limitations of Metagenomic Surveillance to Inform Policy and Practice for Combating the Spread of AMR. Professor Pruden, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to join you from across the Atlantic. And I can say that I've learned a lot being amongst you the last 2 days. And I'm feeling quite hopeful. I think that certainly the will is there to integrate the motivation and the capacity, so we need to make it happen. I'm an environmental engineer, so we are very much in this mindset of problem solving, and we've got a big problem to solve. And I can say that as an academic, as the professor amongst us, I'm going to be a bit visionary here and think to the future, but maybe the future is now. So we'll start with a question, and I'm pretty sure this has been on a lot of our minds here. So do you ever wonder where bacteria that cause drug-resistant infections come from? How they acquire the ability to resist antibiotics, and where do they go? We've been talking a lot about One Health, but there's a very important dimension to One Health, and that is the environmental dimension. And I would make the argument that it's really the integrator of One Health and often doesn't get the attention that it should, but I think that's changing. So where does antimicrobial resistance come from? It is encoded in antimicrobial resistance genes, ARGs. And we've heard how they can be intrinsic, but they can also be mobile. And they can be mobilized on plasmids, integrons, transposons, so these mobile genetic elements. And so this is where we are concerned that they can spread between organisms and that there is a benefit of focusing at the molecular level, but also recognizing that the evolution and spread of antimicrobial resistance is happening within all of the One Health compartments. But water in particular, it's a necessity of life, but it is also an integrator of antimicrobial resistance. This is a figure that was published in a UNEP report in 2017. And this report was about top 10 environmental problems of concern, and it just so happened that antimicrobial resistance was recognized as an environmental problem. And we can see that there are many sources of contamination of our water. So here we've talked a lot about antimicrobial use in livestock, but maybe not so much about what comes out the other end. And so the manure, of course, we need to be mindful of manure management because that is going to affect the watershed and runoff. We have aquaculture, so that's direct use in the water. We have manufacturing, which is also a source of pollution that needs to be mitigated. And we also have wastewater treatment plants, which are near and dear to my heart as an environmental engineer. Wastewater treatment plants are wonderful. I personally do not want to live in a world without wastewater treatment plants, but as wonderful as they haven't been intentionally designed to deal with antimicrobial resistance, and we do see that there are forms that can evolve and escape from these wastewater treatment plants. And of course, water is life, and so we consider there are many potential exposures through recreation, drinking water, etc. So recently, we were successful in convincing the water utilities in the US that this is a water problem, and so they turned the question around and said, okay, well, what should we monitor? And so we were funded by the Water Research Foundation, which is a consortium of US utilities, to answer that question. It wasn't easy, so there are many targets to consider. So we can have culture-based targets. We've talked about E. coli, Pseudomonas, Salmonella. So ideally ones that integrate across One Health and are especially relevant to water. We can have qPCR of different ARGs, and we can have metagenomics. But in surveying experts, we did online surveys, we did workshops. It became very clear that the question of what to monitor is perhaps just as important as where to monitor. And so here you can see this framework that we developed. That depends on what your question is. So you might be interested in this, what is in the sewage itself. There's been a lot of attention there of wastewater-based surveillance, so that will tell you forms of resistance carried by the microbial community that is excreted by the humans in the community. We might also be concerned about resistance that's escaping from a treatment plant and going out into the environment. We might want to, as environmental engineers, quantify removal by the treatment plant. And then also just this notion of ecology and evolution of resistance. So it's a different beast than your typical contaminant because it can evolve, it can be enriched as the microbes are selected and grow, and it can spread through horizontal transfer. So culture is good if you know exactly what target you're interested in, but if you have many, many targets, you're going to be very busy and spending a lot of money and time on media, and it becomes infeasible at some point. So there's been quite a bit of interest in this DNA-based method that we call metagenomics as an alternative. And so this method came online about 10, 15 years ago, and there's been a lot of interest that basically you can take that environmental sample directly, sequence the DNA, and then compare against databases and get a whole plethora of information. So that includes the ARGs, and to date there's over 3,000 described ARGs, mobile genetic elements, pathogen markers, virulence markers. So we wanted to play around a bit with metagenomics, and we sent students, there's a lot of them at the university, we sent them all over the world. We went to Switzerland, Hong Kong, India, Philippines, Sweden, and in our home in the US, and sampled wastewater treatment plants and sequenced the metagenomes of the sewage and saw quite a striking result. So we ranked from high to low. This is total relative abundance of all these different classes of antimicrobial resistance. And so we saw the highest in Indian and Hong Kong sewage and the lowest in Swedish sewage. And so this really brought to question then how can we use this kind of monitoring maybe to understand what are the socioeconomic factors contributing to these trends and what are the policy factors. You can see that we might be able to then inform effective policy. There are different kinds of technologies out there. So what I just showed you was short read Illumina sequencing. You get about 150 base pairs and you can get fairly deep in your sequencing. But long read sequencing is another approach, and it's quite valuable because if you want to look at plasmids and if you want to look at neighboring DNA and have a more confident estimate of who the host is, then technologies like nanopore and PacBio can help you with that. And so here, what we wanted to know is, as the water goes from being raw sewage to the main treatment basin of activated sludge, what happens? So you hear a lot about wastewater treatment plants being a hotspot for evolution and spread of resistance. I think there's good news here that the overall effect of a wastewater treatment plant is to reduce the carriage of antibiotic resistance genes, mobile genetic elements, and pathogens. And you can see that in the network analysis, this is the raw sewage, and then this is in the activated sludge. But there are still horizontal gene transfer events occurring, and there are still resistant pathogens that can escape. But this allows us to focus in on those. There are a lot of ways to slice and dice the metagenomic sequencing data, and one of them is through looking at the resistome risk. And this is a concept that was adapted from Jose Martinez's group, in which the idea is basically that if you look across the metagenome, so this is DNA sequences from all of the microbes in the microbial community, you'll have tens of thousands of different species and everything else. If you look across that, the proportion of contiguous sequences that are ARGs, mobile genetic elements, and pathogen markers, that's your indicator of resistome risk. And so my collaborator, Liqing Zhang in computer science, helped to lead up this effort to turn that into a pipeline that we call MetaCompare, to compare metagenomes. And so in our pilot testing, we saw a trend that was quite logical, that the highest resistome risk score was hospital sewage, and we had an intermediate score of farm lagoons, and actually the lowest score of wastewater treatment plant effluent. So then we wanted to monitor a local wastewater treatment plant and see what the trends are with time. And so here you can see MetaCompare risk scores, and essentially the raw sewage in blue has the highest score with each sampling, and then it goes down with the activated sludge treatment. But again, we're not necessarily done, because when we compared these profiles, so these are essentially, we have a regional antibiogram, so bug-drug resistance combinations, with a metagenomic-derived antibiogram that is actually more similar with the effluent of the wastewater treatment plant. So that tells us that, yes, there are still forms of resistance escaping that are of concern. And it also tells us that in these efforts to monitor wastewater as public health indicators, that the effluent is also a useful monitoring point. So here's where we're going with this. So the notion that a lot of useful information goes down the toilet. And so we can set up shop at the wastewater treatment plant to monitor that information, but also keeping in mind that not all of the world benefits from wastewater treatment plants. So there's also widespread use of septic tanks or not. There's water reuse in some scenarios, and so you can imagine a smart infrastructure in which we're gathering this DNA sequencing data to get a picture of larger trends and inform effective policy. And so I teamed with my collaborator, Liqing Zhang, again, and we put this proposal together actually in the infamous year of 2019. And we thought, you know, there's a lot of potential here to monitor wastewater treatment plants and benefit public health. And so we got word of funding for this proposal in early 2020. And so we set to work basically to build a cyber infrastructure. So you need the infrastructure for monitoring the sewage, but also then what do you do with all the data? So developing databases, developing tools for analyzing the data, and then also making it user-friendly, thinking about databases and user interfaces. And so wastewater-based surveillance has become a very popular approach since the time of the pandemic, and we see here from the COVID Poops network that all over the world these dashboards have emerged. And so really this is a really critical juncture to see whether this infrastructure continues to move forward, because it did take investment of resources to get here. And I think now we're seeing that the next logical step is to continue to build this infrastructure to benefit from the surveillance of all sorts of pathogens, not just COVID-19, and of course, antimicrobial resistance. Metadata are just as important. So by metadata, I mean not just the DNA sequencing information, but where did it come from? Latitude, longitude, wastewater treatment plant. We'll see in databases, they'll say, this is a wastewater metagenome. Well, is it raw sewage or is it activated sludge? Those are two totally different things. So really fine-tuning that metadata. And so we've been working on that. We've constructed the waterborne antimicrobial resistance database, and it can actually receive metagenomic culture and qPCR-based data. So the idea is the more sharing, the more value this database will have. And the better and more comparable and more comprehensive the metadata, then we have the chance to do that kind of computational modeling and get at that question that we started with of where is the antimicrobial resistance coming from, where is it going? So essentially source apportionment. So I did have the opportunity to team up with Anna Maria de Roda Hussman, who many of you may know. In the Netherlands, she devoted a good part of her career looking at AMR in water sanitation hygiene scenarios. And then she was one of the first, if not the first, to start testing for COVID in wastewater. And so we authored this article together, putting together a vision for what wastewater-based surveillance of AMR might look like. And so first acknowledging that there is already momentum in this area, and we've heard a lot of it here at this meeting. So that's very encouraging. So continuing to build on existing surveillance. What do we need? We need more integration, which we keep hearing. We need standardized methods for culture and molecular-based monitoring so that the data are comparable. We need the ability to tap into past data, which maybe isn't so standardized, and to help them be more comparable. We need accessibility, we need transparency, and then finally tying it in with some sort of risk assessment, because especially from an environmental perspective, you know, let's say the EPA asks, okay, we want to regulate AMR. What do we do? Again, we need to have an answer to that question. What is our target? And then in terms of what do we monitor, we need to be very mindful of including low and middle income countries that maybe don't have DNA sequencers sitting around. And so really an excellent starting point really is E. coli. And not even necessarily resistant E. coli, right? So if you have E. coli in your water, you probably have a problem. But most labs, if they have one capability, it's to culture E. coli. And so then maybe it's not a big ask to include an antibiotic like cefotaxime in the media. And so that's essentially the basis of the WHO tricycle protocol, is cefotaxime-resistant E. coli, and E. coli being an organism that's relevant across the One Health spectrum. Now, if you can culture E. coli, you can probably extract DNA. That's also not too difficult. Now, you might have to send it somewhere else for the sequencing or for the qPCR, but it could be saved in databases that way in storage, and we can then go back in time retrospectively as our tools improve. And then finally, in tier 3, we have both whole genome sequencing where we can look at these isolates, right? So if we have a bank of the isolates, we can look at the whole genomes, we can understand from where they've acquired their resistance. And finally, of course, metagenomic sequencing. So some specific benefits to highlight, of course, integration across One Health. We really need these data sets. So again, to get at the question of where is AMR coming from, how does it develop, where is it going, we don't have the data we need to answer that question. We need these longitudinal data sets, and we also need these data to help with the epidemiological linkages. So it stands to reason that the environment is an important source. We know that it's an exposure source for sure, but we need to take the step further with epidemiology, and we need to take a step further with risk assessment. And I think already with the data we have, we're really honing in on where are the hot spots. So where is AMR evolving and spreading, and where can we focus our attention? And where can environmental engineers and other engineers focus their attention on mitigation and treatment technologies? And finally, I'd really like to see a cell phone app that helps doctors and veterinarians to engage in prudent prescription practices. And actually, it looks like somebody's already on top of that. For metagenomics, it's not a panacea yet. There is a fair amount of standardization that needs to be done, and so we recently published this review article detailing some aspects of that, starting with how many samples you collect to ensure that you have statistical power that you need, spiking with mock communities before DNA extraction, spiking your DNA extract with internal standards that can help with quantification, and then also looking at your bioinformatic pipelines. What are you actually measuring? So to sum up some of the promises of metagenomics, so we have a comprehensive, non-targeted surveillance of, quote, all microbes and ARGs. We have some context for the ARG. Is it carried in a pathogen or in a mobile genetic element? We can store the DNA and store the data for retrospective analysis. It's very amenable to public databases and dashboards. And we are seeing also that it is quantitative. We've been spiking standards. You can get a standard curve, but there is a limit of detection that we're seeing. So it's around 40,000 gene copies per milliliter. It seems to be where we run into limit of detection. Actually, I'd say limit of quantification. The limit of detection will go a bit below that, but it's sporadic. And you do need some expertise and some resources and standardization. Just to point out that I'm not alone, and there are many others who have pointed out the benefits of sewage surveillance for AMR, in particular because you get a composite sample of the whole community, so you're not relying on patient-to-patient testing and the reporting of the data. And then, of course, in the UNIP report that Ed Top so nicely summarized for us yesterday, one action item that's specifically called out is the need for environmental surveillance, and wastewater treatment surveillance is mentioned specifically. And in our own US National Action Plan, we're now in our second iteration, and increasingly we see more mention of the importance of the environment, including surveillance. And finally, I just wanted to share a little bit about a program we have at my university, Virginia Tech. We're thinking to the future, so we need the next generation to harness the wisdom that we currently have, but take it forward to gather more. Again, it's going to take integration across disciplines, but also an ability to engage stakeholders. And so that might include policymakers, farmers, doctors, wastewater treatment plant operators, NGOs. So not only disciplinary integration, here we're focusing on data science, environmental engineering, policy, but doing your research within an ecosystem where it's informed by these stakeholders. And so the idea is that the research itself is much richer and more robust when it's eventually, hopefully, translated to policy. So we call this convergence. That's a term that the National Science Foundation uses to describe this approach. So with that, I'm very happy to be here and share what we've learned from across the Atlantic, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Pruden, for traveling all the way to be with us here in person and for this very interesting talk. This is a topic that's very close to my heart. I did my PhD on related cyanobacteria and sewage treatment plants, so I thought it was particularly interesting. So do we have any questions? Lady here in the middle.
Excellent talk, Amy. One question I have is about this comparative study using metagenomes from all different countries where you had the different bars and providing information on the types of resistances. Did you also include antibiotic concentration, metal concentration, biocides? Because I think to have the resistant genes and the pollutant load together would be ideal.
I agree, that is ideal, and we did also monitor, in this case specifically, for antibiotics and heavy metals. When you're monitoring antibiotics, you have some choice. It's similar with us microbiologists. Do we choose to focus on a few organisms and have really high resolution quantitative numbers, or do you do a non-targeted approach? So in this one, we picked a few antibiotics like tetracyclines and sulfonamides. But there's some very exciting approaches where you can do non-targeted pharmaceutical profiling. You end up with units of relative abundance, just like you do with metagenomics, but I think that's very promising. And what I can tell you about the patterns we see are that, you know, if you try a correlation of antibiotics versus ARG, you're usually not going to find much, or if you do, you've lost so much statistical power in multivariate correlation that you're not sure about it. But it's more, you know, it's coming from the same source, and you can see the same trend. You know, some antibiotics will persist through treatment and others are removed. And so some of these ARGs often are corresponding to the same antibiotic and persist. We tend to see that a bit with macrolide resistance and some others. So I think that gets a bit at the need to look at mechanisms. So the metagenomics can give you a big picture, can generate some hypotheses, and then you need to look closer at some of these mechanisms. I would also highlight that often when we do these correlation analysis, we see a stronger correlation with metals than antibiotics. And I think that speaks to the fact that we do need to think more broadly than just antibiotics. We need to think about antimicrobials, and that often the ARGs are carried together on a mobile genetic element. So any antimicrobial or antibiotic could select for that to persist.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? We have time for more. Over here, and then over there.
Thank you for the very nice presentation. The question always is what is next? Because looking at the sewage plant where you expect a lot of things, to find a lot of things, because we know, as you said, a lot of information goes down the toilet. Once it is out and goes to mostly riversides, so fluent water, for how long do they actually persist, or are you able to find it? I remember having listening to a presentation from, I think it was Budapest, and they would take samples upstream and downstream the Danube, and then upstream the Danube it was a lot less than downstream, which was not really surprising. But the interesting part is that upstream of Budapest is Vienna. So if they only find a little upstream of Budapest, so that means that the stuff that has certainly gone in Vienna must be somewhere else. And so my question is, what is the consequence for us? So what exactly do we see? I mean, the things that you find in the wastewater treatment plant is something that we basically can probably nicely correlate with the information that we have from the surveillance systems in human medicine, and if you look at the slurry from the animal production. But does it have real consequences for the environment and for our risk of being re-exposed to what is in there?
Excellent question.
Quick reply.
Yes, we can talk more during the panel, but what I would say is every watershed is different. There are multiple sources, and don't forget that a wastewater treatment plant is not always functioning as it should, that there can be these overflow events that are definitely a concern. So, but we can follow more in the panel.
Absolutely. More questions during the panel discussion, and thank you very much, Professor Pruden. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the concluding remarks of this event. It's with great honor and privilege we are delighted to welcome the German Federal Minister of Health, Professor Dr. Lauterbach, who is also a renowned scientist and medical professional. Professor Lauterbach, bitte schön.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Kramer, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests present here and also present via the live stream. The coronavirus pandemic has kept the world in suspense, and SARS-CoV-2 was a major threat to health worldwide. Millions of people fell victim. But the coronavirus pandemic now overcome is not the only pandemic, and we are still suffering from what is called the silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance, and it continues to grow, unfortunately. Many people die. It's a deadly pandemic. Every minute it is estimated that more than 9 people die worldwide from the silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance. So we have to focus on this pandemic, and I will try to point out where we politically are investing currently, and that it is our task to basically focus on this pandemic. Bundeskanzler Scholz, at a recent discussion that I had with him, basically compared this pandemic with the ozone hole, with the ozone layer hole, which we as a world population ultimately were able to solve this problem. And we have to look at antimicrobial resistance as a problem which is similar, where we can only together, in a worldwide effort, live up to the expectation that the future generations may have from us. Antimicrobial resistance does not stop at borders. High resistance rate in one region are also a problem for other regions. So we cannot say, well, this is a problem in the south and not with us, or the other way around, but it is basically a resistance that develops and does cross-border, as Corona did, as a matter of fact. International cooperation is therefore of the utmost importance, and this is why the meeting you are having here is so important. Meetings like this one are bringing the attention, this important issue which is growing. More urgently than ever, we need efforts on all levels. And I thank Mr. Kramer from the Federal Office of Consumer Protection and Food Aid Safety for taking the important initiative and organizing the international event here, which I'm delighted to participate in. We cannot take a one-dimensional approach to combating antimicrobial resistance. It is often said also in other contexts that we will continuously have to refocus our attention to what is called a One Health approach, and if there is a One Health approach needed in one particular field, then it is antimicrobial resistance, because this is basically how we feed animals, how we live with animals, how we treat animals, what we eat, as a matter of fact, how we treat each other, how we deal with wastewater, how we deal with wastewater, animal wastewater, human wastewater. So it all grows together, as a matter of fact. So this is the utmost example where the One Health approach is needed. And it is therefore also an issue on which important disciplines have to come to the table, from engineering to biology, microbiology, medicine, and also climate change, as a matter of fact. So it is in that sense a conglomerate of experts that is needed in order to face this. In recent years, a number of initiatives have already been launched. I mentioned a couple of them. For example, today's event is part of WHO's World AMR Awareness Week. And it is important that we do have such an awareness week, because in such an awareness week, events take place internationally and results can then be exchanged. So every awareness week is a step forward in exchanging knowledge and making the population more aware of this important problem. It's also a global action plan that is needed to tackle the issue, and it's therefore very important that in 2015, which was a seminal year for antimicrobial resistance work, antimicrobial resistance was chosen as an important topic for the 68th World Health Assembly in May 2015. I'm also delighted to announce, as many of you may know, that next year's high-level UN meeting on antimicrobial resistance will put important cost-cutting issues to the table. As you all know, UN high-level meetings are of utmost importance also to guarantee funding. Typically, funding priorities in healthcare follow UN targets at the General Assembly. So therefore, that is a very good news that next year's Assembly will focus on this. And in that meeting, key areas of funding and policy development will be identified. Very important is also the issue whether or not pandemic agreement, which is currently developed, versus a pandemic agreement which is supposed to be decided upon in May next year, whether in the pandemic agreement antimicrobial resistance will be an issue or not. This is currently controversial, but Germany strongly believes that we need to put antimicrobial resistance on the agenda for the pandemic agreement, because when it comes to pandemic countermeasures, the question is, how do we deal with antibiotics? How do we make sure that the right antibiotics are on time and that we do not use antibiotics that should not be used, that we take into consideration, let's say, the One Health approach. That the One Health approach in a pandemic to come may be a more expensive option than an option that we focus on just on human victims, as a matter of fact. So therefore, in the pandemic agreement, if we want to carry forward our preparation for future pandemics, while at the same time recognizing antimicrobial resistance as a limitation on what we can do, and also as a guidance for development of drugs and so forth. Antimicrobial resistance should be an integral part of the pandemic agreement. In Germany's G7 leadership presidency, I made antimicrobial resistance one of the 3 issues that we were focusing upon, and ever since then Germany has invested in antimicrobial resistance research, but also collaboration, and it is therefore very good news that Italy has announced that it will again also look at antimicrobial resistance as a major topic. So there is basically a continuity in the G7 tournament on antimicrobial resistance, which I think is very important and will bring the EU further. Therefore, another milestone is this year's EU Council recommendation on AMR. This recommendation is aiming at stepping up EU action to combat antimicrobial resistance work, and thus have specific goals. The goal, first of all, of a 20% reduction in total human antibiotic consumption in the EU, and a goal of a 50% reduction in total EU sales of livestock and aquaculture antimicrobials by 2030. These are ambitious goals, but in alignment G7, EU, I think it can be done, it needs to be done. What we clearly need is a much better surveillance for AMR. We are lacking in a good surveillance system, and surveillance very often is underfunded, but without surveillance we will not be able to tackle the problem. And also we need efforts to improve the health and welfare of food-producing animals, because if food-producing animals are raised under conditions of, let's say, extreme economic pressure and poverty of those responsible for that, then it is very likely that antimicrobials are used in order to cost cut, and this is not acceptable. So therefore, the, let's say, economic situation in which animals are raised, also of farmers and of agricultural institutions, is of utmost importance if we want to live up to our expectation of reducing EU sales of livestock and aquaculture antimicrobials by 50% by 2030. The EU Council recommendation is therefore based on the One Health approach, as I just pointed out, and it is essential that human and animal and environmental health are linked and also regarded as to be linked. This is why German antimicrobial resistance strategy, DART 23, was adopted this year, and it was adopted by 5 ministries. This is also a very important move forward, as a matter of fact. I was privileged to introduce this important initiative in our cabinet, but it is a joint effort of the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, the Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and the Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety, and Consumer Protection. So therefore 5 ministries involved in our DART strategy. And in DART 2030 we have identified room for improving in the following areas. These are our 6 goals which we want to live up to. Better prevention of antimicrobial resistance, better surveillance and monitoring, prudent use, and also therefore better education of care providers for using antibiotics, including laboratory diagnostics, by the way, communication, collaboration, European international cooperation, and research and development. In Germany, overall 45,000 deaths per year are currently linked to antimicrobial resistance, and almost 10,000 deaths per year can be directly traced to antimicrobial resistance issues. Therefore, the action plan that we work on will be very concrete, and it is a focus of our complete government. It is a high priority. I therefore expressly supports the development of the roadmap on AMR and the AMR compass on which you have worked today, which is intended to show our future path and which is meant to give clear guidance for the WHO regional office for Europe. I think that WHO in Europe has to play a central role in making AMR strategies work, and this is also clear from a quick glance that we see major differences in antibiotic usage within the EU. And these differences are not becoming smaller, but they are becoming bigger. So therefore, we have to learn from each other, but we also have to support each other. And it's therefore very important that WHO Euro member states implement the AMR roadmap, which they have agreed upon. Ultimately, we have to raise awareness, and let me finish in pointing out something that I have learned from the COVID pandemic. If you look at the COVID pandemic and look at all the institutions that were responsible for preventing pandemics, as a matter of fact, in retrospect, you wonder how the virus was ever able to make it with all these international agencies being aware of pandemic prevention, being responsible for pandemic prevention. It appears to be a miracle. But in retrospect, if you look at the agencies, most of the agencies were underfunded. Most of the agencies also had many other issues on which they were working. Many of these agencies were not collaborating. Many of these agencies were also were basically agencies that were not very much linked with present-day research in the universities and also in our premier research institutions. So on paper, these agencies looked much stronger, better funded, and better linked to each other than they in essence were. And this is the reason why COVID found an easy victim in us, as a matter of fact. And we cannot repeat this tragedy, as a matter of fact. Therefore, meetings like your meeting today are of utmost importance, and you have to double-check what is behind the initiatives, what is behind the agencies, what is exactly the funding, how does the collaboration in essence really work. Only if you basically double-check all of these issues, we will find out whether we make progress or not. I'm confident that we will make progress. I'm confident that we will be able to tackle this new ozone layer hole, but I'm also confident because there is people like you, experts, researchers, policymakers, that dedicate their experience and life to this important issue. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much for taking the time for coming here today. It was a pleasure. So, thank you everybody for this interesting afternoon, and thank you Professor Lauterbach for these wise concluding remarks. So, we have now reached the panel section. I'm just going to wait until the action there in the back. I've calmed down a bit. But maybe, meanwhile, maybe I can ask the panel members up on stage, firstly. So there is Amy Pruden from Virginia Tech, Thomas Heberer from the BVL, Luisa Pereira Mateus from the WOAH, and Guido Werner from the Robert Koch Institute. So we're one short. One sec. Okay. Yeah, okay. So feel free to. I'm standing, so it's for you four. So I'll just hang here a bit leger on the side.
Or I just take this one. I don't know.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I thought we were mixing a bit.
Yeah, we're mixing.
Male and female.
Boy, girl, boy, girl.
Exactly.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, so I have presented you already before, but just to recap, we have Amy Pruden here from Virginia Tech, Thomas Heberer from the BVL, Luisa Pereira Mateus from the WOAH, and Guido Werner from the RKI, the Robert Koch Institute. So this is going to be really exciting, and I hope that we can pick up also a little bit before the minister came here, that we were interrupted a little bit in a few questions, but let's pick that up now. So, shoot, does anyone have any questions? It's always, the first one is always the hardest ones to sort of squeeze out, but I'll start. So, Professor Pruden, what is your overall opinion of the significance of AMR in the environment for the resistance situation in human medicine?
Well, I think I just shared that opinion. So it stands to reason, right? So we know, we humans, we go to the bathroom, we excrete. Animals, livestock excrete. So the antimicrobials, the resistant bacteria, the resistant elements, they're going out into the environment, right? Yeah. And then we're exposed to the environment. So through water, air, soil can be suspended. Biosolids from wastewater treatment plants are applied, they are suspended. So we know these exposures are happening, and I think Ed Top put it nicely that we've come to a state where we can quantify these exposures, for sure. And you can see differences, like if somebody has traveled internationally, if you look at their microbiome, you can see there's an effect. There's effects of carriage depending on where you live in the world, what the sanitation conditions are. But what we're still missing, I think, is a risk assessment model that is specifically geared for AMR, because the existing models they're a useful starting place, right? You have a hazard identification. We know what the hazard is, AMR. You have some exposure assessment, so we're getting some numbers there. But the dose response, right? And so it might not be an immediate effect that, I've been exposed to SARS-CoV-2 and now within 3 to 10 days I'm going to develop an illness. No, it might be you're colonized for many years and then you undergo some surgery and then the problem happens. And so it's a roundabout way of saying that we need to take that further to be able to precisely answer your question. For sure, obviously, in my opinion, the environment is very important.
Yeah, so too. Okay, so do we have anyone from the audience that would like to? You okay? Yeah, you have microphones. So sorry. Yeah, just give
so I have a comment immediately to that section you were asking. So we all know that. Antibiotics are natural products produced by bacteria or other microorganisms from the environment. And so the selective pressure is in the environment, meaning that also many of the resistance genes, as a response to that selective pressure, have been developed first in the environmental niche. And then later on, they were acquired by what we call hospital pathogens or so. And that would also be the direction of my question, where we had no time to ask after Professor Pruden's talk. So you were talking about the hospital effluents, where you found most of your antimicrobial resistance genes, and I was wondering if you teamed up with colleagues from the hospitals, checking if what you find in the hospital effluents is really the problem in those hospitals. So if you find carbapenemase genes, do you find correspondingly carbapenem resistant isolates making infections and colonizations? Same with MRSA, whatever you find in your hospital effluents. Since I would expect there is a much wider diversity in the effluent system than what makes really problems in the hospitals. So what is your opinion, or have you any data on that?
So I think that's a very good starting place, is at the hospital itself. You can monitor the sewage that comes out of the hospital. And I can say that, those studies, there are some out there there need to be more. And I think one way to get hospitals on board is that it can help them to identify if there's a problem. And so there is a bit of reluctance because of liability, especially in the US. Everybody's worried about getting sued for this and that, right? But I think there's also, these data may not be published, but it's a starting place. So I do know of one particular hospital in the US where they're doing this. And what's been remarkable to them is that they see the exact same mobile genetic element with the same ARG and in multiple species of pathogens in the drain of the hospital, in multiple sinks around the hospital, and it's also found in patients. So that's a case where, you know, that's a more direct one, that there's some linkage there. But then what happens from there once the hospital sewage goes to the wastewater plant? You know, arguably it's diluted, at most it's 10%, 1% or less. We did a bench scale study where we blended different ratios of hospital sewage to see, like, oh, if we blast it with 10% versus 1% versus 0%, you know, can you see some effect? So you could see some effect in the microbiome. In this is just one study, and we recently put it on bioRxiv. But what was also interesting was that the municipal sewage actually had already some native ARG, which was the one where we were able to pinpoint horizontal gene transfer happening within the sewage treatment. So I think we need more of these hospital studies. I think we need to get hospitals on board that it can benefit them in identifying if there's a problem before there's an outbreak, and that there actually is a benefit for liability, and then to somehow build on that to expand sewage surveillance.
Yeah, thank you. So do we have any questions on this topic? Yep. A little bit, like that direction? Okay, microphone over there.
Good afternoon, panelists. Apologies, this is a slightly mind-bending question, but I'm going to put it out
we
there
like
anyway.
those.
So we've heard yesterday that there is a strong association when you reduce levels of antimicrobial use, that susceptibility levels begin to rise again in bacteria like E. coli. And we know from previous research that most of the resistance profiles move using what we used to call plasmids or mobile genetic elements. But in those strains of E. coli that we assess 1 year and we assess subsequently, and those mobile genetic element profiles no longer seem to be present, where do they go? I apologize, I know there might be no answer to that, but is there, it's in context with the what's next idea. I mean, are we going to potentially have another issue if we get AMR settled, that there's another reservoir for resistant activity somewhere else, be it in the environment or in the animal population? So I apologize, but...
Thank you.
Since there is a microbiological aspect in it, I may answer parts of your questions. So the unfortunate thing is that antimicrobial resistance is quite stable. So if it's linked to a plasmid and you have a good combination between a plasmid and a bacterium, it remains. So you have initially, you may have a fitness burden, but this is quite quickly compensated. So the acquisition of a resistance plasmid in a longer or in the mid-term does not come with a long-term fitness effect. And in addition, you have some rescue mechanisms on the plasmids that remain or let the plasmid remain in the host. If you have these effects by sampling and diagnostics, that you think about a reduction in fluoroquinolone resistance, for instance, I would say that this is mainly a sampling issue. You take by chance a bacterium and test it. And this is a different bacterium than you took last time. And by reducing the antimicrobial consumption, you may reduce the quantity of resistant bacteria in your sample, and then by chance you may sample a susceptible bacterium. But that doesn't mean that bacteria lose resistance.
Okay, thank you.
As a possible hypothesis.
Yeah. Any more? panel replies?
Yeah, maybe just from a BVL side. Unfortunately, our colleague just left because we are doing the monitoring on antimicrobial resistance and what we've learned in the past. And this is still my message that I really, what's really striking for me, everything that we do will have some kind of lag time. Of course, if we have a decrease in the use of antimicrobials in any class, we see this, of course, also we see monitoring data, but only 3 up to 5 years later. So this was our experience when we were just evaluating the results from the monitoring. So it's that's an issue. So if you have some action, you cannot expect an immediate change in the resistance situation, which makes it more complicated because, of course, you want to check the results from your action, but you have to wait for another 3 to 5 years, or maybe shorter or longer, I don't know. But nevertheless, I think that's an issue which makes it much more complicated in this area to really decide if measures are successful or if they are less successful. And this is something that we have to deal with, and of course we expect something from the science side. This is also the reason why we invited scientists, and we also always invited scientists in the past, tried to talk to each other, probably have other indicators which have an earlier indication on the effect of our measures.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask Professor Heberer a question now. Do you think the measures of the European Regulation 2019-6 are sufficient from today's perspective?
Good question. Just ask a few years later. This was just the issue, yeah. No, of course, I think it's not, the legislation is a real driver. So when the legislation was, of course, put into force, we had 2 agendas. First was, of course, reduction of administrative burden, whatever it means. So I don't want to talk about this. And second was, of course, to fight AMR. And I think fighting AMR needs, of course, some regulation. As has been said, you need some goals, and we have these goals. Even though they are challenging, we need goals, otherwise we wouldn't do anything, I guess. But nevertheless, it's just a framework, and as has been discussed yesterday and today, it's up to the national states to get even further and to make and to initiate other measures. And I think many countries, and we have learned this today, in Spain, for instance, we had additional measures. In Germany, we had additional measures. In Ireland, in Austria, everywhere, we have additional measures based, of course, all on the EU regulation. And we also initiated, and this was the first thing that we had to do in Germany, before the EU regulation, we had only one regulation on both human and veterinary medicine. Right now we have separate regulations, one for human medicine still existing, and the second one, a new one for veterinary medicine. And we have additional measures that are also undertaken beside this regulation. So I think it's not only the regulation itself, but all the other measures that are undertaken based on the experiences, the knowledge, and the impact that we are getting, for instance, from such conferences.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So the gentleman over there had a follow-up question.
I guess maybe more for WOAH. I'm just wondering what the potential and the prospects for enhanced trade requirements for AMR are globally, because many trading countries are very reticent for having any AMR provisions in health certificates. And given it's a global issue, we need to really increase our requirements in the sanitary provisions of certificates.
Thank you for your question. That's a very challenging thing, and I think that's mainly being looked at probably by Codex Alimentarius. It falls more on their remit, and WTO, the World Trade Organization. At the moment, there are no requirements, as you know, for AMR levels. So that's the thing. But the new EU legislation does have impositions for countries trading with Europe. So that's the thing. So I think that's where the impact, you might see changes on use and also on legislation frameworks from those countries that trade with the EU. So maybe in Asia and Pacific and the Americas. And as you said, we might see a change in our
Animus AMU trends. And then when FAO starts looking at the trends at a global level for AMR, we might also start having something. At the moment, countries don't want to share AMR data, as you know. So if we start putting trade restrictions, then we never will get this data on AMR. That's the thing. So we need to create a safe environment for countries to share the data without having this risk. So if you want to do a global strategy or global initiative to address AMR, if we put trading restrictions, we might actually have a counterproductive effect on actually the sharing of the data. That, in my perspective as a scientist, that would be my concern, that the people then don't publish. And we want countries to share the data. So FAO will start doing that soon. And they will start collecting the data for AMR, but there's that thing that they're still negotiating with country by country to share the data. So, so you think that it should be an imposition or not?
Well, it's a global challenge.
It is, but I think it needs to be risk-based. So I think we need to see what the risks are for certain AMR pathogen combinations, in terms of what the risk is of exposure and then the implications for animal health and human health. But of course, I don't speak for the human health, but the animal health side, I think. And colleagues from EMA and EFSA also will be probably better also what they think about that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the gentleman over there has one question.
Yep. Thank you very much. My name is Gabriel Beechner from Ireland. And I've enjoyed and got a lot of insight over the last 2 days around AMR, but I'm a bit, how will I put it, think that there's nearly a fatalism. Yeah, that more or less we see that resistance can continue, the genes more or less continue for a long time, even after antibiotics are stopped. We have the maybe a linkage also with metals. I think the last speaker mentioned that there is an issue independently of use of antibiotics with linkages between genes and use of metals. And so I'm wondering then, looking at the topic, strategies to combat resistance, given these challenges, and even if we are ambitious and if we achieve these targets for reduction, given the reduction, particularly in animal use, is not really strongly associated with improvements in the human resistance gene situation, what strategies does the panel recommend for us to make a difference in the world? Thank you.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't call it fatalism. So I would call it know your enemy. By knowing your enemy, you better understand how it works and how you could combat it. So in the human sector, we have a surprising situation also of reducing resistance rates. We were quite successful in reducing MRSA rates in hospitals, for instance, Staph aureus from bloodstream infections, from more than 20% to now down 5%. So, and this is within the last 8 to 9 years. And this was something directed to my last quote. So you should know your own sector and then start with measures in your own sector. And then to think about the potential overlap to the other sectors and where there's a link to it. And I also like the quote that Professor Top made yesterday, that these events between the sectors may be quite rare, but they could have a potentially high risk. So he called it high risk, low frequency events. That there is a spillover which could explode in the other sector. So it must not be all the quantity all over in all the nice images we have shown about One Health and the different sectors, but there could also be a thin line, and if so one event enters a new sector, then the problem might be exploding.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, before your question, just Professor Heberer wanted to add something.
Yeah, actually it's not my area because I'm here for veterinarian side, but nevertheless I remember that, and probably it's a question to you, and you probably know, or you of course know this report that somebody investigated tourists from India, of course getting some resistance during their trip to India. I think it was terribly high, something like 70% or something like this. And nevertheless, there was, of course, these patients, these tourists, were not really patients, have been also observed later on. And of course, there was a decrease in the resistance in these patients, very at relatively low rates, 20% or something, but you know even better. So I'm pretty much more optimistic, though. So it's because it's not only that if you have a resistant, it stays forever. Mm-hmm. So, and we see this effect also in other areas. For instance, in I was working also in the pesticide area. We also have resistance right there, quite a lot of resistance. And of course, you're losing resistance if the pressure is getting down on these, whatever, bacteria or insects or whatever are concerned. So it's not staying forever, but of course, it's not easy to influence this development. And especially if you're working in hospital, it's. I know some colleagues, they don't want to visit hospitals at all, so because they say it's the most dangerous place on earth.
You're getting thick there, potentially.
Okay, Pruden.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm hopeful as well. And in the U.S., we've similarly seen the reduction in MRSA over the years. And then within my sector specifically, I shared the data on the wastewater treatment plant sewage. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence that Sweden had the lowest numbers of antibiotic resistance genes, and they're one of the countries that's been extremely proactive in implementing plans to proactively prevent the spread of antimicrobial resistance. And I would just say that there are co-benefits to taking action. And in Ed Top's presentation yesterday on the UNEP report, there are many, many actions that can be taken that will also benefit AMR. So things like having better water sanitation and hygiene around the world. We need to do that anyway. You know, having access to health care. We've talked a lot at this meeting about the need for animal welfare and livestock health and things like developing vaccines. So I think it's a multi-faceted battlefront, but one that has multiple benefits.
Opportunities. So, question.
Thank you. My question is quite related to Ami's comment. I think we all agree that strict laws and regulations should be taken in consideration and enacted to limit the usage of antimicrobials in both human, animal medicine and also environment. But I think we also agree that the greatest part of the problem comes from the largest area of the world, which are almost the countries with a low economics, and these countries have many problems, and where these regulations and laws do not exist. To many factors. Do you have an imagination for a specific plan to make these regulations or laws taken in consideration in a realistic way or not?
Okay. Yeah, I can say again that in the UNEP report, it was very mindful about the need to harmonize with low and middle income countries and their specific needs, and to have context-based solutions. And you know, I've heard stories, for example, where you know the World Health Organization required that everyone adopt a national action plan, the member states, right? So what would happen is some countries, because it was required, would just take the action plan of another country and say, okay, well, now we have an action plan. But that has been very problematic in some situations because it's not adapted to their specific situation. And in some countries, the issue is that they need antibiotics and antimicrobials. They need the correct ones for the illness that needs to be treated in terms of, you know, putting human health first. That's where we need this kind of coordination and collaboration across countries to support low and middle income countries. It would also be a shame if they have to do the same mistakes as the high-income countries and go through that entire process instead of skipping right to a better solution immediately.
Professor Heberer?
Yeah, thank you so much, Amy. It's just these customized solutions that are really needed, and before just putting a program from one country to the other, you have to, of course, to realize if it's really, if it really has any real effect in these countries. Because we were also discussing it, we were mentioning the Spanish presidency had this meeting in Pamplona, and we also got the WHO in this meeting, and I was discussing quite a lot with those guys from WHO, and I came across with some things that I thought it should be done very easily, and then I realized, well, it's not possible. And I just mentioned just one issue, it's the OTC sales of antibiotics. So I thought, well, the first thing that we should do, no OTC sales at all, just like in Europe. And I came to know that this is, of course, not a real option for some lower income countries, because if you have no OTC sales of antibiotics any longer, you will have a large part of the population will not have access to antibiotics at all. So it's not possible in these countries to prohibit OTC sales, which is, of course, very common in Europe. This shows very easily to me that our solutions are probably not applicable to other countries, and sometimes we are talking in Europe about, I just have to say this, first world problems. So we are talking about first world problems, we are having first world solutions, and first world solutions will not apply to probably lower income countries' problems. So we have to take this in mind. Nevertheless, we have to share our experiences, and we can learn from each other. And we can also learn, and this sounds probably a little bit provocative, but we can also learn from lower income countries, because what they are doing very intensively is communication. Because sometimes they do not have any other potentials and no other measures available, probably no regulation available. So what they can do is, they can do communication anyways. And we had a delegation from Africa at BVL, and we were discussing this very intensively, and we were laughing quite a lot, because we realized that the communication problem is very similar.
Yes. I just wanted to comment that what has been the comment before about well, how do we do with low and middle income countries, and it's very true that it's a big issue in terms of legislation and national action plans. So going back to that, the quadripartite is working very closely together with countries for them to start doing national action plans that when they revise them now for the second, third stage of national action plans, that they are context specific, because there's a lot of variation, and it's just not copy-paste and do a desk exercise and then say, oh yeah, when WHO asks, I have a national action plan. And now that we have also UNEP in the quadripartite, we're working very closely together with them to try and address environmental issues, and the report you mentioned about the superbugs is one reflection of that, on how we can try and work together. And I'm very interested in knowing, for instance, your perspective of manufacturing, because we've been talking a lot about, we talked about heavy metals, disinfectants, antimicrobial use, but then there's also, for instance, the fashion industry that's located in low and middle income countries, there's pollution, and there's climate change. Yep. And AMR is also a bit linked to that as well. We need to see it in a transversal way when you're addressing it. So I don't know how we're going to do that with risk assessments, you know, and the impact of pollution from different sources on selective pressure of bacteria present in the environment. Not only what's coming from, is all anthropogenic activities that we need to consider. And I really look forward to have some guidelines in the future, because countries are, we are starting to revise our standards and saying to the countries they have to do environmental risk assessments. For instance, when they are looking at microbials for marketing authorizations, but also for activities with animals, what's the impact, to think about it. And it's difficult because countries don't know how to do these things, and they need guidance, and we need to give them tools for risk assessment for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. So, question from the lady over there.
My question is about waste management. We heard in Amy's talk very nicely about the wastewater treatment plants, and but we didn't hear too much about manure digestates over the last days. And I think it would be very interesting to learn whether you could all report this decrease in antibiotic usage, but how did it translate to the load of antibiotic resistance, genes, mobile genetic elements, and pollutants in manure and digestates that will have in future really a big importance as organic fertilizer, because EU and I guess all member states agreed that mineral fertilizer will be used less, and our soils need organic fertilizer. But to have a safe use of organic fertilizer, we have to make sure that they are not bringing in a lot of pollutants. So healthy soils for healthy plants, for healthy humans was the title of a paper that I liked very much, that showed the linkage. And I think, I guess BVL could address this question.
Yeah, I was just thinking how to address this question, because of course we do our investigations, the monitoring on pathogenic bacteria, but of course we do not analyze these bacteria in the environment. So we can tell and we see within the monitoring that we have a decrease, a slow decrease in the resistance for certain indications, bacteria, but nevertheless, of course, this is the input into the environment. So we see that there's a decrease of resistance from the input side. But the question is, how do you handle the manure lately if you're going to apply it to soils, to fields, etc.? And of course, there's some regulation. So just to avoid the spread of resistance, nevertheless, the question is, how effective is this regulation in practice? But definitely, I have no data on anything in the environment, because BVL is not responsible for the environment.
So we have one question over here.
I'd like to come back to William's question. So where have the bacteria gone with the resistance? Lately somebody told me, well, they have gone below the detection limit. And I think that's an important point, because it comes back to this quantification of the issues. Many of these resistance genes that we have known for a very, very long time. And most of the time they didn't really bother us, because their concentration was so low that it didn't really make a difference. There were other problems that we had that were far more important than those with sulfonamide resistance in some bacteria in the soil or something. But by using a lot of antimicrobials in the last decades, and I avoid the term mis- and overuse, because it's just by using. It doesn't matter whether it's mis- or overuse, it's the quantity of use that we have. We just managed to select them and to put them in a far better position. And then if you stop using it, it takes some time. Thomas Heberer just said it's 4 to 5 years. I believe in many cases it's quicker. It depends a lot on where these resistance genes are. Are they in the, let's say, normal gut flora, in our normal gut flora, or in the pig's normal gut flora, or are they in bacteria that only have a chance because there is selective pressure? Because those will vanish fairly rapidly, but once they're in our normal established gut flora, things get a lot more complicated. And that's why we also see a lot of resistance, and for example, in organic farming, and where you would expect no resistance, but in fact there is quite a bit, but it is quite a bit lower than we see it in the conventional farming. And I think this issue of quantity is very important, because it's also, if you do risk assessments, then quantities really matter. And even if we do not know the dose-response relationship exactly, what we do know, if we have a lot of exposure, the risk that something happens is a bit higher. Also, the event, this one small event that Guido mentioned, that maybe go undetected, but then it explodes. Even this event will be of lower probability if we manage to get the whole thing down. That's the one point I want to make. The other point I want to make is that we should not use the One Health approach for hiding behind it. So basically what it all burns down to, everybody has to look in his own field or her own field to improve things there. And I think the MRSA example that Guido mentioned is very important. It was not handled in the hospitals by blaming farmers for having livestock-associated MRSA, but it was handled by washing the hands, by doing just the normal hygiene practices, improving these practices, and combating the bacteria there. And we have a similar example in animal health and other health, but that's a different story.
Yeah. And something more, not only washing hands.
Yeah. But it's something to start with. So basically, we should never forget that everybody has to look in his own field what he or she can do about it, because otherwise we, in the background, start doing this blame and shame game again, and this doesn't help. The only thing that really helps is mutual understanding, so understanding the problems of the other in the One Health concept, let's say, and then do your own job.
Thank you. So, Professor Heberer, you had
Thank you so much. Absolutely in line. So this is why we invited human medicine, veterinary medicine, and of course the environmental side. And I'm very thankful that Amy and Ed are just joining us for this event, because I think it's very important. We can struggle, of course, a long time how strong the independence of One Health really is, but nevertheless we have to recognize that we need, of course, to collaborate. And I just want to make a little bit of advertisement again for Ed's meeting next year in EDAR 7, and of course also for EMA, because at EMA it was a real, it's not an easy task to have a risk assessment paper on antibiotics, antimicrobial resistance in the environment. So this is something which was really, really difficult, and I remember, probably also remember, EDAR 1 in Montebello, it was in 2012. Yes. So we were talking about this issue already in 2012, and of course this was one goal, stating that we need something to do a risk assessment of antimicrobial resistance in the environment. And we were struggling all the time. We were discussing this, and Amy also remembers how difficult it really is to find the trigger values that to identify these values which may be used as indicators for doing such a risk assessment. And as you said, of course, it's not only a qualitative approach, you need a quantitative approach to have a risk assessment, and we are still struggling on this. I think the EMA draft paper, it's not yet released and will probably take some time, but I think it's a first step in this direction, and I think EDAR 7 will be another step in this direction to find solutions. And these are not easy solutions, and probably they are not sufficient. We got to see, but I think I'm pretty confident that what we did right now is a step forward into this direction, and that we find solutions. I'm pretty sure, because we have so excellent researchers who are with us today, and who will be with us at EDAR 7, so we find a way how to proceed in this direction. And I know that our Federal Environmental Protection Agency is also working intensively on this issue, and we are also talking to each other, so how to proceed in this direction.
Thank you. Dr. Mateus, you had a comment.
I just wanted to comment on that, to say that most of the national action plans currently consider mainly human and and then animal health, but there's a big gap on what is environmental dimensions of AMR, and also a big gap on plant health, and therefore governments need to start allocating budgets for implementation of national action plans that also incorporate those. And then they don't have to start with big things, they need to start thinking gradually, do a mapping exercise of the countries, and then trying to see what are the main environmental issues that they have, and what the hotspots are for AMR in the environment, and start small. So we did, for instance, an assessment with Peru, and Peru, as part of an MPTF country, one of the big issues they had was heavy metals, because they have a big mining industry. Yeah. And this is the kind of things that we need to consider, because it's a big pollutant for the environment, and then also the selective pressure on AMR. And this is the thing, then the people start, and also they had problems with sanitation in rural areas and so forth. So that then starts people speaking, and start the sector speaking with each other, and the different ministries, not only health and animals, but, and agriculture, but also in mining industry, people that do, for instance, urbanism planning, on sewage planning, and water treatment plants, because some countries don't have They have water plants, but they're not working properly to do these kind of issues because they're not adjusted for removing bacteria or resistance. So, but it needs to be gradual because they get completely overwhelmed. They say, oh, we cannot do this because the environment is too wide to address. But they need to start with very small steps.
Yeah,
things that are tangible, look at smart solutions, things that are tangible that you can do with the resources you have available in your country. Build on the infrastructure you have.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree, but just come back to Dr. Tenhagen. Yeah. We also have to work in our area first.
Yeah, of course.
To consider, and if you just talk about heavy metals, we also have issues with these. Because if you use, instead of antibiotic treatment, for instance, copper or zinc treatment, it may also result in some co-selection, and it's not... I think using copper or zinc is not the solution for fighting AMR. So it's just, of course, you're getting rid of the antibiotics, but you're not getting rid of AMR. So you're just shifting this problem to another area. So this is something, this is a holistic approach. It doesn't even apply from environment to veterinary medicine to human medicine, but also within the different sectors. And in veterinary medicine, we also have issues that we have to think about, and using disinfectants and may also not be a solution at all. So hygiene concepts should be even more sound than just substituting antibiotics by something else, which probably also results in selection of resistance.
Yeah, that's why I like Dr. Silverstein, where he was talking about biocides that get biodegradable, or if we look at antimicrobial, new antimicrobials that are also biodegradable when they get excreted and or get excreted in active form. That kind of things, that kind of smart solutions are really important, but is important, and we work very closely together with R&D and with colleagues in science. I agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you. The question over here.
I'm not sure if this is useful, but to continue the line of thinking, I think about this in terms of, can we put the genie back in the bottle? So we've used antibiotics, the genie has come out of the microbial world, it's now circulating in microbiology that can exist in people or in animals. If we stop that selection pressure, will the genie disappear? And if that gene is on a mobile genetic element, it has to be so infrequent, and it is virtually impossible for us to detect it. If you think you've got one bacterium in your enteric flora that carries a gene on a plasmid, and you put the selection pressure back on, it's going to pop back up again. So to me, what is of far less interest than reducing the frequency of this gene in food at retail from 70% to 50% is what are we doing with selection pressure that we need to be concerned about? It's MDR, it's genes that confer resistance to multiple antibiotics showing up in the same organism. It's accrual of virulence genes, and it's accrual of fitness genes. So metal genes, to my mind, are far important as fitness determinants than co-selective substances. So that's what we want to avoid by reducing the use of antibiotics. And then it's reducing the risk of those rare events where some cryptic gene that's in the environment is going to show up in a pathogen of human health concern. So I don't think that we could put the genie back in the bottle. It's managing that genie so that it's less problematic than it would otherwise be.
Thank you. Comments on that?
Yeah, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Ed. Sorry, thank you, Ed, for adding this, because I think it's very important to mention. We are talking not about putting genies back into a bottle, because this would mean that we wouldn't use any antibiotics any longer. And I think what we haven't been talking about, and we have been talking about these 2 days a lot about reducing the use of antibiotics as far as possible, almost close to zero. I think that's not the issue that we should be talking about. What we should be talking about is to preserve therapeutic options. Therapeutic options, of course, first of all, on the human side, but also therapeutic options on the veterinary side. And this is an issue that has been approached also with the new legislation. I think, of course, we had some complaints about the list of antibiotics preserved for human medicine only, but many of those guys complaining, they didn't understand that it's also a first step for preserving therapeutic options on the veterinary side. Because if we have a prohibition for certain antibiotics on the one hand, we also incentive that we need, of course, to work on therapies with using old antibiotics, phage therapies, etc. So I think this is also an incentive just to keep therapeutic options. And this is something that we are dedicated, right? I would say, can I say this? BVL is dedicated for keeping therapeutic options as an authorization agency. So thank you so much. So this might be a label for the BVL statements taking. We have, of course, to preserve therapeutic options on the veterinary side. And of course, we want to support everything on the human side, on the environmental side, just to improve the situation also on these sides as far as we are able to improve something. And this is what I've learned from your talk. Our abilities are limited.
Okay, Professor Pruden.
So with respect to kind of that worst case scenario, you know, we want to avoid those, right, where that rare but devastating event is going to happen, where some new form of resistance emerges and mobilizes. So one where we can take action, I think, goes back to, we were talking about our pharmaceuticals and where they're manufactured, and, you know, we all want cheap drugs, right? Where are they manufactured? You know, most of them, a lot of them, I should say, are in parts of the world that do not have strong environmental regulation, and that includes the active pharmaceutical ingredients. And so I think, you know, there's starting to be growing recognition of this issue, and some pharmaceutical companies are proactively, voluntarily taking some measures to be more transparent. But I think we need more information on where our drugs are coming from, because there is a waste stream, and that waste stream is laden with high concentrations of potent active pharmaceutical ingredients. And there's certain scenarios like mixing it with other biological waste streams that we definitely want to avoid. So that's just one example of a hotspot that I think we could do something about.
Yeah, so I would also like to address some words for your question. So it's some kind of academic also. With the new analysis technologies that Professor Pruden was introducing, the genome sequencing technologies, especially the long-read sequencing technologies, we now begin to learn much more about the bacteria we are dealing with. And coming back to the know your enemy story, so we are all wondering about the diversity and quantity of the extra chromosomal elements that many of the intestinal bacteria like E. coli or Enterococcus are carrying. So far, we have only concentrated on the resistance issue. So where's the resistance gene, and the plasmid is in the population because there's a resistance gene, but you have already addressed these co-selective effects. And I think we have to work on it and to do some kind of research to better understand why bacteria carry so much load of genetic material without any selective pressure, since the resistance is not lost. The resistance gene is not lost in the absence of the selective pressure, and there must be a question why. So the resistance gene is a 10 kb, 10,000 base pairs, plus or minus, but we see resistance plasmids of 200,000, 300,000 base pairs in those bacteria, and we do not know why they carry so much load with them. There must be a reason, and we need to do some kind of research about that.
That's interesting. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, any more comments?
Just one thing to add, because an attendee was leaving earlier because she couldn't stay, and she told me that we touched the issue of shortages a little, and she said she was very sorry that we didn't talk about shortages even deeper, because shortages is an issue that is really serious for the future. And of course we realized, our minister said, well, the COVID crisis changed everything. Yes, it's also changed our view on shortages. It changed our view on dependencies. And what you mentioned, Amy, was, of course, we are concerned about the production of APIs in India or China, also due to environmental standards, and probably also due to resistance that may occur in the environment from production in these countries. But I guess we warned about the dependency on China and India for more than 10 years or 15 years, I don't know. We saw that this is a real problem in the future, and I guess it's also a chance right now that due to the shortage problem, we realized that this dependency should probably be solved in the future, that we need doesn't mean that we shouldn't buy anything, of course, still in China or in India, and of course production should happen there, probably under better circumstances. This may, of course, be a very good goal for the future, but of course we need more production anywhere else under controlled conditions, under environmental conditions which are sufficient to avoid the spread of antibiotic resistance into the environment. And this is something that should push forward, and probably the COVID pandemic, just like home office workplaces, which was just one benefit from the COVID crisis. Probably another benefit from the COVID crisis is that we realized that this dependence is, on the long term, something that we should avoid and probably try to solve this problem for the future. And I guess everybody realized it right now. And as I said, in veterinary area, we not only have shortages, but also availability problems for different species. This is something that we realize is also very important for the future, and it's all interdependent. So if we want to improve environmental situation, we also have to improve the situation on depending only on one producing company somewhere in the world, anywhere, because we also realize that you have less influence if you only rely on one manufacturer.
Yeah. Thank you. So the gentleman over there has a question.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ali Yildiz. My question is now an open question, because I don't have the answer and I don't have enough knowledge about it. The role of microplastics in spreading AMR. What do you know about it? The panelists, do you have a solution, and what do you think about it? It came to my attention the couple of past months that there are a number of studies now existing on this topic. So could you tell us a little bit about that? And directly another question at Amy. Do you think we can use your knowledge and your surveillance system to clean wastewater? Or what do you expect? I mean, the water is still there, and we know what its contents are. And can we clean it? And what will it cost us?
Yeah. Well, I can take a stab at that. So for your first question on the microplastics, I think plastics themselves is a whole other issue and challenge, right? That we're so dependent on plastics in our lives, and they're everywhere, and they degrade, and these particles go out. So it makes sense that some have studied, well, you know, if plastics are an environmental pollutant, AMR is being recognized as an environmental pollutant, what's the intersection? And so yes, I have seen studies that show biofilms on plastics, and that potentially, you know, pathogenic organisms, for whatever reason, might be more attracted to a plastic surface than some other surface. But I think work needs to be done to see if that's really a substantial contributor as far as environmental sources beyond just any particle, right? A grain of sand is also going to have a biofilm on it. Microbes, any surface, they're attracted to that surface, they form a biofilm, they establish a microbial ecology, and we know biofilms are often an ideal place for microbes to engage in gene exchange. So I think there's work that needs to be done, but for sure, you know, plastics in themselves are an issue. How do we treat the water? Now that's a question I really love. So of course we can get very fancy, and I work with facilities in various parts of the world where they're converting their wastewater into drinking water. In many parts of the world, it's really a necessity. They don't have any other options. And for sure, the technology's there. It's basically multi-barrier treatment. You start with a standard wastewater treatment plant, then you do nutrient removal, then you can do some sort of filtration, you can hit it with ozone. So, and that'll be interesting to see where that goes. You know, some of these antimicrobials like ozone, chlorine, you'll see papers out there that the microbes that do survive, if it's not optimally applied, guess what? They're antimicrobial resistant, right? So I think there's definitely some fine-tuning to be done, but you know, if you have enough money to spend and if the need is there, it can be done to convert wastewater to drinking water.
I also think it's interesting to take a step back and asking, you know, how can we reduce the amount of sewage even coming to the treatment plant, and then looking at urban planning, design, and making sure that the rainwater is not coming into the sewers. We can use that water to cool the cities and actually reduce the number of heat-related deaths in the cities, so, and recharging groundwater. So I think it's like such a large issue with so many disciplines.
A lot of opportunities.
Yes, a lot of opportunities and business cases as well if you take a step back. So
yeah, but you don't have these opportunities everywhere in the world. So I remember we had a project in the US, and of course you have some arid areas where you have some problems, of course, with water, and they were using, and this is my question to you finally, what do you think about this, is they were using sewage for groundwater treatment and groundwater enrichment, and techniques that was used out there. We were investigating at that time not bacteria, but residues of pharmaceuticals, primidone, carbamazepine, and they were present, of course, in the effluents, and the treatment was with ozone, or later on also with membrane filtration. So membrane filtration was superior but very expensive. And they finally pumped the sewage into the soil and into the underground, and finally, into the ground. And finally, they just were scanning what happens to these residues downstream. Nothing, by the way. But so have you any idea or any information on investigations of resistant bacteria using sewage treatment?
Yeah, I think the first thing to keep in mind is, so let's say you're in a water reuse scenario, it's better to plan that reuse than to have it happen de facto. And most of us, myself included, I drink water that's downstream from another wastewater treatment plant. So it's been treated to standards, not to drinking water standards, but standards to return to the river, and then you're downstream. And that's typically okay for the most part from a public health standpoint until there's a sewage overflow, right? And so that, I think that's a huge priority, are these sewage overflows. Those need to be addressed all over the world, high-income, low-income countries alike. Now, going back to the scenario where you've treated the water to the highest of standards, blasted it with everything to make it a drinking water quality, and then often, just to be sure, you inject it in the aquifer and let it stay there, assuming that, you know, there's some more natural attenuation. And I think there are some things that will still persist, but those technologies are coming along. For example, one that tends to pass right through wastewater treatment and recycled water treatment is something called 1,4-dioxane. Dioxanes are not good, definitely carcinogens. But we've found that there's microbes that can co-metabolically degrade it. So if you add a little bit of propane to the water, and propane's like candy for microbes, so they eat up the propane and then they boost up the enzymes that also degrade the 1,4-dioxane, and we're getting 0,1,4-dioxane. So I think there are some engineering solutions, and they are coming along that, you know, even the pharmaceuticals themselves can be removed from the water before we do whatever with it. And microbes can be our friends in that regard as well. They're not always our enemies.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I just want to end with the final questions, just a couple of seconds to reply to this one, each and one of you. What would you wish for if you could wish for one thing in the field of AMR over the coming 10 years? And keep your answer very short. Werner.
Think global, act local.
Oh,
he stole mine.
Oh, no.
I was first.
Yeah.
Professor Pruden.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have to remember that it is we're trying to protect human, animal, environmental health. And so we, in whatever crazy ideas we come up with for this wicked problem, in the end, it's our health that we're trying to protect.
Yeah. And Professor Heberer?
I already mentioned it, preserve therapeutic options, both for humans and for veterinary medicine.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Mateus?
I would think for addressing AMR, we need to think outside the box and engage all sectors that are related and bring them together to the same field, to the same room, and start talking.
Thank you very much. Warm applause to the panel. Well, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your expertise and experience. And thank you so much for joining us at this event organized by the BVL, both who are here in person and you who are with us online. Thank you so much for the organizers, to the speakers, to the esteemed guests, people who have traveled far and wide to come here and be here. Thank you so much, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.